Welcome to Quiet Scare, where horror doesn't scream, it whispers. Real documented experiences, carefully adapted into sleep-friendly narration. Sophisticated storytelling meets documentary truth, so the core stays intact and the atmosphere lingers. Quick note, please like and subscribe, and tap the bell for new episodes. There are no more than 3 ads in the first 15 minutes. After that, uninterrupted listening. Curated accounts, elevated with literary craft for sophisticated listeners. Sleep well and dream dark. The animals always woke before I did, and that morning their restlessness reached me before the cold did. I remember the faint scrape of claws on gravel outside the van, the low, uncertain rumble deep in their throats, and the way the air itself felt stretched thin. Pre-dawn light barely touched the far edge of the lot, just a weak silver rinse across the hoods of parked rigs. I had pulled into the isolated end of the rest area because it was quiet, because the night before had been long, because traveling alone teaches you to take silence wherever you can find it. But the quiet that morning felt wrong even before I stepped outside. I slid open the side door of the van, and the cold hit me in a flat metallic wave. My animals pressed against my legs as I crouched, their bodies tense, their attention fixed on the dim shape idling at the far edge of the lot. The engine's low hum carried across the space in steady vibration, the kind of sound you feel more than hear. I didn't think much of it at first. Trucks came and went at all hours. Early morning was just another shift in their endless movement. But something about the angle of the headlights, the way they held steady on the cracked pavement, instead of sweeping past like most rigs did, made the back of my neck tighten. I stepped out with the animals close at my heels. The air smelled faintly of wet asphalt and still cool diesel, a scent that usually meant routine, safe enough, predictable. But the shift in their posture told me I'd misread the morning. Their hackles rose in a slow crest, not frantic, just deliberate. They weren't responding to noise. They were responding to attention. As I walked toward the front of my van to stretch my legs and shake off the stiffness, the truck's headlights flicked twice. A clean, direct pulse. Not random, not a warning, a signal. I froze for half a second, more in confusion than fear. I'd been waved at, flagged down, invited to chat across rest areas enough times to recognize the usual shapes of human communication. But this wasn't that. This was sharper, practiced, intentional, as if the driver had been waiting specifically for me to step into view. I ignored it. I didn't raise a hand. I didn't change direction. I didn't break stride. I simply leaned against the cool metal of my van and looked past the truck toward the highway, trying to send the simplest message I knew: not interested. For a moment, it seemed that would be enough. But then the truck eased forward, slow, controlled. The rumble of the engine deepened as it repositioned itself, edging diagonally across the lot until its wide nose blocked part of the open space between me and the exit road. The gesture didn't feel accidental. It didn't even feel cautious. It felt like a move on a board I hadn't agreed to play on. My animals shifted with me, their bodies angling to face the truck. They didn't lunge or bark. They rarely did. They understood boundaries better than most people. But the atmosphere around us tightened as the truck rolled to a stop in a place that made no sense for anyone who simply wanted to park. The driver shut off the engine. The silence that followed was too sudden. I watched the cab door twitch, then lift. A boot pushed out, planted itself on the step, and hung there for a moment like the driver was savoring the frame he was stepping into. When he finally climbed down, he didn't look around to orient himself the way most people do after a long haul. He looked at me, directly. He adjusted the brim of his cap with a slow drag of his fingers, not for comfort but for emphasis. I didn't move, I didn't speak. My pulse thudded once, twice, but my body knew better than to show it. Years on the road teach you the value of stillness. He took a step toward me, then another, and then he angled his shoulders in a way that made his intent too clear to misread. There was nothing in his posture that said, "Are you okay?" or "Do you need help?" or even the casual friendliness, lonely truckers sometimes drift into. His stride held the loose swagger of someone approaching with an expectation already in place, and the way his eyes flicked over me, down, then back up, made the animals press even closer, their bodies forming a living barrier at my feet. I felt the first edge of panic then, not sharp but deep, like cold water rising beneath the floorboards. I wasn't frightened of him as much as I was of the isolation, the emptiness of that section of the parking lot, the knowledge that no one would hear anything unless they happened to wander into that strange, silent pocket of the morning. He said something as he closed the distance, one short line, low enough that I caught only the shape of the sound, not the words. I didn't reply. I tightened my grip on the leash straps and made my stance clear. I wasn't engaging. I wasn't inviting anything. My animals held their ground with quiet precision, their bodies aligned with mine. He paused only long enough to register the refusal. Then his expression shifted into something harder. His jaw set, his steps shortened. He angled himself slightly toward my van, cutting into my space as though my silence were a challenge. He felt entitled to meet. The air between us felt narrow and sour, heavy with the pressure of what he thought he could demand. I glanced once toward the building near the edge of the lot, the one my husband had stepped into for a moment before dawn, a restroom break, a quick wash, something simple, something routine, the kind of errand that usually meant I had a few minutes of solitude. The timing now felt like a frayed stitch in the morning's fabric, something that had come undone just when I needed it to hold. The trucker kept closing the distance. He wasn't rushing. He wasn't unpredictable or wild. That would have been easier to navigate. His approach was deliberate, almost methodical, the steps of someone who believed the situation already belonged to him. I felt the animals shift again as his boots scraped across the last stretch of pavement between us. Their bodies tightened and angled forward just enough to signal that this was as close as anyone was going to get. He hesitated, just a flicker of uncertainty, but not enough to stop him. He opened his mouth again, and though I didn't want to hear the words, I understood the tone. It wasn't a greeting. It wasn't a question. It was an offer wrapped around an assumption, and the meaning hit me in a hot, unpleasant wave. He thought I was alone. He thought the early hour gave him cover, and he thought the space I occupied, isolated, dimly lit, tucked toward the edge of the lot, made me available in a way I had never been, and never would be. The animals pressed forward half an inch. Just half. But it was enough to change his posture. His shoulders jerked back. His mouth snapped shut. The message they sent was simple, silent, and unmistakable. Before either of us could move, the building door behind us slammed open. My husband stepped out in a sharp slice of light, the kind that cuts through pre-dawn like a blade. He didn't hesitate. He didn't pause to read the scene. He crossed the distance between us faster than I had expected, his boots hitting the pavement with a clipped precision that told me he had sensed something wrong. The second he stepped outside, the trucker looked over at him only once. That was all it took for the dynamic to snap cleanly in half. Whatever confidence had held his posture together drained in an instant. He stepped back, then another step, the shift in his stance making it clear that the situation no longer served him. My husband didn't raise his voice. He didn't have to. The tension in the air moved with him, reshaping the atmosphere the same way the animals had earlier. He positioned himself between me and the trucker, with a calm finality that left no space for questions. The trucker muttered something under his breath, another short line, unintelligible, defensive. Then he backed away fully, turning sharply as he made for his cab. The engine fired up fast, louder than before. The headlights hit the pavement in an off-center sweep. The truck reversed with a sudden jerk, straightened, and rolled out of the lot without looking back. The moment the taillights vanished beyond the curve of the access road, the air shifted again. The tension didn't leave all at once. It dissolved in uneven pieces, like frost melting off metal. My animals relaxed first, their bodies softening as they leaned against my legs. Only then did I feel the tremor running just beneath my skin. Early morning light finally began to spread across the lot, thin but steady. The world around us resumed its ordinary shapes. The hum of passing cars, the slow brightening of the sky, the distant clatter of someone dropping a cup near the restroom door. All those small mundane sounds that remind you reality hasn't changed, even if your understanding of it has. We didn't talk about it right away. There was nothing useful in the words we could have exchanged. Instead, we gathered ourselves in quiet motions, closing doors, checking gear, settling the animals, preparing to move on. When we finally pulled away from that isolated corner of the rest area, the rising sun caught the edge of the windshield in a low flare, painting the world in colors that felt too soft for what the morning had held. But the moment stayed with me, the signal, the slow maneuvering of that truck, the way the driver stepped out as though he had already decided who I was, and how quickly everything changed once he realized he had misread the situation entirely. Travel carries its own risks. I have accepted that. But there are mornings that teach you which risks aren't yours to carry, and which ones arrive uninvited, shaped by someone else's expectations. That morning taught me more than I wanted to learn. And even now, when the road is quiet and the sky is still dark, I sometimes think of the way the animals tensed before I understood why, how they felt the shift in the air, before any human sound broke it, how they drew the line, before I even knew a line needed drawing. I remember the cold, the silence, the truck angled just slightly wrong, and the moment my husband stepped back into the morning, turning something dangerous into something finite. We left that rest area behind us, but the shape of the encounter follows me in ways I don't often speak about. Not because it still frightens me, but because of how easily it might have gone differently if timing, instinct, or distance had shifted by even a breath. The road teaches you these things. You carry them quietly, you let them settle, and you stay aware of the thin edges where unwanted attention can slip into something else. I first noticed the truck in my mirror as a shape that refused to fall back, a block of sun-bleached metal pacing me across the flat stretch of early afternoon highway. I was halfway through a long drive for a college research trip, the kind where the road hums under your tires in an almost forgetting way. When that shape tightened its place behind me, it didn't crowd me at first. It just lingered, steady as a tide rolling in. I remember thinking the rhythm of the drive had changed, like someone else had gripped the edges of my quiet and begun to pull. What made me glance again was how the truck held its lane too perfectly. Commercial rigs usually drift a little. This one stayed aligned with me as if tethered. I eased off the accelerator to invite it past. It slowed too. A long stretch of road opened on my right fields. Hard sunlight, a low line of scrub, but the sense of being watched tightened across the back of my neck. I'd read enough safety pamphlets to know that most strange behavior on the road is just fatigue. But the longer he stayed there, the more it felt deliberate. My car shuddered lightly in the crosswind, while his rig stayed unnervingly steady. When I accelerated again, he matched it, always keeping that same unnaturally precise distance. The miles slid under us in a stubborn crawl. Every few minutes he edged closer, only a little, like pressing a boundary to see if I'd notice. I kept both hands on the wheel, breathing through that creeping awareness that something was off. The sun was high, warm, indifferent. It should have felt safe. Bright days usually do, but the brightness only made his silhouette more defined. Each time I checked the mirror, we passed an exit for a small agricultural town, and I considered taking it. I didn't. I wanted to believe it was coincidence. Two travelers locked into the same unfortunate pacing. I didn't want to make a sudden move that would turn coincidence into reason. But when I stayed on the highway, he did too. And the pressure built, minute by minute, until it felt like a slow hand closing around my chest. When he finally made his move, he came up on my right. The engine of his truck roared as he aligned with me, massive grille filling my side vision. He didn't accelerate to pass. Instead, he hovered there, tight enough that if I drifted even a little, I'd skim metal. I tried to keep my eyes forward, but I felt him looking down through the open window of his cab. I didn't look until I had to, when he honked. A short, sharp blast that felt aimed directly at my spine. I turned. He was leaning toward the passenger window, grinning in a way that didn't fit the brightness of the day. His arm rested on the sill, casual, like this was a conversation he expected me to join. He shouted something that got lost in the wind, but his gesture, thumb jerking toward the shoulder, beckoning, was clear enough. I pretended I didn't understand. He repeated it, more aggressive this time, mouth moving around words that carried nothing but intent. He then motioned as if offering me something. Food? A drink? It didn't matter. The gesture felt wrong, like he was trying to reach into my space from a moving vehicle. My skin crawled. I kept driving, knuckles stiff against the wheel. He didn't like that. His truck drifted closer, not enough to strike me, but enough to make every instinct flare awake. I pulled slightly ahead. He surged forward to keep level. We danced that way too long. Two metal bodies locked in a quiet standoff above the roar of engines. I spotted an upcoming exit, a thin, sudden curl of asphalt I'd normally skip without a thought. It looked like nothing, a spur leading toward a small gas station I barely recognized from the map earlier. But it was a way out, and my pulse hammered with the certainty that if I stayed on the main road with him much longer, something would go very wrong. I flicked my blinker at the last second and cut off the highway. My tires squealed slightly as I committed to the curve. The truck reacted a second later, swinging wide and dipping sharply as the driver tried to follow. The abruptness of my turn threw him off, and the gap between us finally opened. Relief hit me in a wave, deep enough to make my arms tremble. The exit fed into a service road that wound toward a rundown station. 2 pumps, a faded awning, and a convenience store with dust-fogged windows. I saw no other cars, no movement, just the stillness of a place long past busy hours. I pulled into a spot near the front door, putting space between my car and the pumps so I had room to move if I needed to. I hadn't even turned off the engine when I spotted the truck cresting the exit ramp. He'd found me. The rig rumbled down the road, slower now, watching. I told myself to breathe. Early afternoon sunlight blanketed everything in that indifferent glow, but my heartbeat drowned out the warmth. I opened my glove box and pulled out the only thing I had that might help: pepper spray, palming it so it wouldn't be visible unless I chose to show it. My mind scrambled for something, some way to steer this, and in that scramble I invented a lie without even meaning to. I muttered it aloud to steady myself. I wasn't alone, I was meeting someone who'd be back any second. The truck entered the lot. Instead of pulling beside me, he swung into a distant corner, parking far enough away that the space between us felt stretched and deliberate. He climbed down slowly, heavy boots hitting pavement with a thud. He didn't walk toward me. He stood there, hands on his hips, staring across the length of the lot as if debating his next move. I pretended to check my phone, angling my body as if texting the imaginary partner I'd just conjured. A shadow of motion caught my eye, his chin tilting up, watching me watch him. That stare made the air feel heavier, like the lot had shrunk, even with all that distance between us. The store's door stuck when I tried it, grinding against the frame before giving way. Inside, the air smelled stale, unmoved. A small fan rattled behind the counter. The clerk glanced up, bored, flipping through a tabloid. I hovered near the coolers, pretending to pick out a drink I didn't want. Through the smeared window, I could still see him, still standing there, watching, not approaching, not leaving, just waiting, like patience itself was a threat. When I finally stepped back outside, the sun hit me like a slap. He shifted slightly, enough that I knew he'd been tracking the door. My nerves jumped, but I forced myself to walk with slow, even steps toward my car. As I got closer to my door, he took a few steps forward. Not all the way, just enough to close a sliver of the distance. His posture tightening. I didn't look directly at him, but I could see his outline in my peripheral vision, broad and tensed. I told myself the lie again, silently this time, the imaginary partner waiting somewhere just out of view. I reached for my door handle, keeping the pepper spray angled subtly in my other hand. That was when he finally moved with purpose. 2 steps, maybe 3, and called out something I couldn't fully catch. The tone alone was enough to twist my gut. It wasn't friendly. It wasn't curious. It carried an expectation like he was entitled to an answer. I didn't give him one. I turned my body slightly, enough so he could see the pepper spray, but not enough to make it a threat. Just a fact. I kept my voice even as I told him I was waiting for someone who'd be back any second. I made it sound casual, dismissive, like whatever he thought he could do here wasn't going to happen. The change in him was subtle but unmistakable. His shoulders dropped a fraction. His gaze flicked toward the road, then back to me, recalculating. The lie had landed exactly where I needed it to. He hesitated, eyes narrowing like he was trying to decide whether I was bluffing. He must have decided I wasn't. He stepped back, then back again, turning slightly toward his truck. Not fast, not embarrassed, just a retreat disguised as reconsideration. He cast one last look across the lot, a long assessing sweep that left my skin tight. Then he walked back to his vehicle with a stiffness that read like irritation, climbing into the cab and shutting the door with a hollow metal thud. The engine came alive. He didn't pull out immediately. Instead, he idled there, angled toward the exit, as if waiting to see whether my imaginary partner would appear. The minutes stretched thin. The lot felt too open, too quiet, every sound magnified by tension. When he finally rolled forward, he kept his truck slow, giving himself time for one more long stare through his side window. It wasn't anger anymore. It wasn't curiosity. It felt like a reminder that he'd decided to leave, not been forced, that he was still the one choosing. I didn't move until the truck disappeared past the scrub at the edge of the road. Even then, I sat for a while in the running silence of my car, gripping the wheel while the aftershocks worked their way through my limbs. When I finally merged back onto the highway, the sun hadn't changed. The sky hadn't changed. The road was the same long ribbon of afternoon heat stretching ahead. But something in me stayed coiled, listening for any echo of that engine behind me. Nothing came. The miles stayed empty. I kept driving, waiting for the tension to bleed off, but it clung to me all the way to the next town, where I finally stopped again, this time in a crowded lot, under open noise and anonymous motion. I sat there in the hum of ordinary life, steadier now, letting the relief seep in. The lie had saved me. The distance I forced between us had saved me. But the image of him standing at the far edge of that lot, just watching, stayed fixed behind my eyes, as sharp and still as the moment itself. I don't know what he wanted from me on that bright, ordinary stretch of highway. I don't think I ever will. All I know is that he lingered too long, followed too far, and only backed off when he thought someone else was close enough to matter. I watched the road behind me for days after that. Part of me still does. Because sometimes the scariest moments aren't the ones filled with noise or violence. They're the quiet ones, when a stranger decides to make your path his own, if only to see what you'll do when he doesn't look away. I first noticed the change in the gravel beneath my shoes when the truck's taillights vanished around the bend. The delivery company had warned me the shipment would arrive sometime between late night and early morning, but I hadn't expected to be standing alone on my relative's rural property with nothing but open pasture on every side. The long road behind me looked pale in the thin moonlight, and the only sound was the distant hum of insects in the grass. I kept checking the tree line as if the driver might somehow reappear there, watching. It didn't make sense, but nerves have a way of inventing shapes in the dark. The aircraft lights moving silently overhead made the night feel even emptier. I remember rubbing my arms, trying to keep myself awake when I saw the faint glow of headlights crawling up the road. They approached slowly, dipping and rising with the uneven terrain. Something about the sluggish speed made me uneasy, even before the truck came into full view. It wasn't until the vehicle stopped far from the property gate, much farther than any delivery had before, that the unease turned into a tight knot under my ribs. The engine idled in a low, grinding rumble. I stepped forward, expecting the driver to hop down and wave me over, but he didn't. Instead, the passenger window rolled down a few inches, and a voice drifted out overly friendly, almost cheerful in a forced way. He called out something about a routing issue and asked if I could climb into the cab so he could explain a few things. The tone didn't match the situation. Nothing about it felt professional. The false pretense set every instinct on edge. I told him I could hear him just fine from where I stood. He didn't like that. The friendliness thinned, cracking in spots, and he snapped that it would be quicker if I got in. He tapped the side of the door as if appealing to a stubborn child. There was a tremor of irritation in the movement, like he was trying to keep his temper in check. I stayed rooted where I was, keeping the distance constant, watching the dark bulk of the truck and noticing how little of him I could actually see through the half-lowered window. He talked fast, listing excuses that contradicted one another. Something about paperwork, then about route changes, then about weight limits on the road. None of it made sense. When I didn't move, he fell silent for a moment, and the engine's slow idle filled the air. His face was still hidden, but I saw his hand tense on the wheel before he muttered something under his breath. The next thing I knew, the window rolled down the rest of the way, and he leaned toward it, his expression lit by the dashboard glow. He looked older than I expected, with deep creases around his mouth. What unsettled me was the sudden shift in his demeanor. The forced friendliness had melted into something sharper. He gave a tight smile that didn't reach his eyes, and said I was making this harder than it needed to be. Then he spoke in a tone too casual for the words, a murmur about how young I looked to be supervising a shipment this large at this hour. It wasn't flirtation exactly. It wasn't anything I could easily name. It was the way someone might probe a locked door, testing for a weak hinge. I backed up a step. That small movement seemed to register like an insult. He barked that I needed to get into the truck. Not the cab this time, but the transport area behind him. He phrased it like an instruction, not a request, and repeated it twice, slower the second time. My throat went dry. I could feel the open pasture at my back and the long gravel road stretching behind me like a funnel leading nowhere. There was no one else awake on the property, no nearby houses, no streetlights, just the darkness and the truck and the man inside it. I forced my voice to stay steady as I told him that the delivery paperwork required everything be unloaded at the top of the driveway, where I was already standing. Another contradiction in his earlier excuses. His jaw twitched as he pushed the door halfway open and stepped one boot onto the gravel, not fully exiting the cab but leaning out just enough to feel like he was encroaching on the space between us. Something about his posture made my stomach clench. I couldn't explain it then. It was in the way his shoulders tensed or the way he paused before speaking again. His voice dropped into a low, almost confessional tone, rambling about the loneliness of night driving and how people didn't understand him. The erratic shift in the conversation chilled me more than any threat could have. It wasn't directed at me, but it was meant for me, like he was peeling back a layer and showing a stranger the parts no sane person should show. When he suddenly stopped speaking, the silence felt thick. Then with a sharp motion he slammed the door shut, climbed back in and gunned the engine forward, not toward me, past me. The truck lurched up the road and stopped again, closer to the property, the brake lights glowing like dull embers. It was the first sign he might actually unload the cargo. I kept my distance until he stepped out fully this time. He moved with jerky motions, pacing around the back of the truck, muttering to himself. The words were too quiet to make out, but his tone swung from irritated to strangely upbeat and back again. I wanted to call someone, but my phone barely had a signal out there, and I didn't want him watching me try. When he opened the transport area, the metal door clanged loud enough to echo across the pasture. He gestured more an impatient flick of his hand, indicating where he needed me to stand. He insisted again that I come closer, insisting the process would go smoother if I stepped inside the frame of the truck's rear opening. I refused, telling him the delivery only required me to confirm the count from the ground. He stared at me for a moment too long, then snapped something about kids thinking they know everything. He unloaded slowly, almost deliberately too slowly. Each crate thudded onto the gravel with a heavy, jolting sound. I kept glancing down the long driveway, half convinced someone else might appear, though no one ever did. The night air smelled like dry earth and old wood. Every sound felt amplified. The scrape of the pallet, the crunch of gravel under his boots, the irregular pauses in his pacings. At one point he stopped abruptly and looked over at me with a smile that didn't match his eyes. He launched into a story about a job he'd had years back. Something about a passenger transport route he used to run. His phrasing was strange, the details disjointed. I couldn't tell if he was trying to intimidate me or impress me, or gauge how nervous I was. The fact that I couldn't tell made it worse. I remember shifting my weight and realizing my legs were shaking. I hoped he couldn't see it in the dim light. Eventually, with a heavy sigh, he slammed the last crate onto the ground, scribbled something on his clipboard and tossed it toward me instead of handing it over. It landed in the dust at my feet. I didn't move for a moment, and he stood there staring at me the way someone watches an animal decide whether to run. When I finally bent to pick up the clipboard, I kept my eyes down, pretending to study the paperwork. I didn't want to meet his stare. The silence stretched again, and when I looked up, he was already climbing back into the cab. He didn't give a parting word or signal. The engine roared to life, and he tore down the gravel road faster than he'd arrived, kicking up dust that hung in the headlights long after his taillights vanished into the dark. I stayed there until the dust settled. The crates sat scattered around me like abandoned pieces of some larger unfinished plan. The pasture felt too quiet, as if the land itself had been holding its breath. I told myself I'd been cautious, that nothing had happened, that I'd done everything right. But even now, when I think about that night, I don't remember relief when the truck disappeared down the road. What I remember is the way the silence returned. Not comforting, not peaceful, but hollow in a way that made me feel like something had been interrupted, not avoided, like the driver had left, but the unease stayed behind, settling into the gravel and the grass and the long road stretching out of sight into the early morning dark. I'd been driving that flat run of highway for years, enough times that the routine felt baked into my muscles. Same freight runs, same pre-dawn hours, same sequence of tiny towns, and the same old rest stop I always used when the road ahead started to blur. I leaned on routines because they saved me from mistakes. They kept me awake, kept me steady, kept me safe. At least that's what I thought as I rolled through the dark with the cab lights low, and the hum of the tires settling into a familiar rhythm. It was late enough that the sky had gone from black to that thin, washed-out blue that shows up just before sunrise, and the land around me was flat as an overturned plate. Nothing out there but brush, barbed wire, and miles of nothing. The highway felt strangely hollow, like I was the only one still foolish enough to be awake at that hour. I remember rubbing my eyes and looking forward to the usual stop, already picturing the neon sign, the vending machines, the quiet routine of stretching my legs before finishing the last leg home. But as I approached the bend where the rest stop should have been, the familiar glow wasn't there. I slowed down, confused at first, thinking maybe I was just early, maybe their lights were out. Then, as my headlights rolled across the lot, I saw the whole place was dark. No cars, no trucks, no signs lit. The building itself looked gutted, windows boarded or broken, the asphalt cracked, weeds punching up through the seams. It looked like it had been abandoned for years, not since the week before when I'd last used it. The suddenness of it hit me in a way I still can't fully explain. 1 week earlier it had been normal, now it looked like a condemned shell. My stomach tightened. Something about seeing a familiar place wiped out like that made the night feel different, thinner somehow. I didn't like stopping on the shoulder, but I was too tired to risk pushing on without at least a minute's break. I told myself it'd be fine, just a quick pull-off on the wide gravel shoulder a little farther up. Hazard lights on, door locked, seat back for maybe 10 minutes. I'd parked on shoulders before, always reluctantly, always with one eye open, but this time I let routine and tired optimism talk me into it. I eased onto the shoulder when the highway straightened again, gravel rattling under the tires. The land around me was open, the abandoned property already well behind me. I remembered thinking that at least nothing could sneak up on me out there. Everything was too flat, too exposed. I turned off the engine but left the hazards blinking, their amber light washing across the empty road in steady pulses. I must have fallen asleep faster than I realized. The next thing I remember is the distant rumble of another vehicle slowing nearby. It wasn't the soft whoosh of something passing. It was that particular throttle down sound of someone pulling up close. My eyes snapped open before my brain caught up. I didn't move at first. I just listened. The other engine idled low, slow, a little too close to the passenger side. Gravel crackled softly under shifting weight. I sat up, heart punching at my ribs, and that's when I heard a voice outside the cab. Not yelling, just calling out in a tone that was too casual for the situation. Something that sounded like a greeting or a question. My first instinct was to crack the window, but some quiet part of me held back. Something felt wrong in the way the voice lingered, just outside my blind spot. Then, before I could even decide what to do, there was a sharp crack, a sound that hit my nerves first and my ears second. The passenger side window exploded inward, shards flashing across the seat. I didn't see what the person used or how they struck it. I only saw the glass scatter and a hand push through the opening, fingers clawing for the inside lock. That moment is still burned into me. How fast the world went from half-asleep confusion to raw panic. I didn't think, I just acted. I slammed my foot against the brake pedal to brace myself, twisted the key, and the engine roared awake. My hands shook on the wheel, but muscle memory carried me. The attacker's arm was still inside the cab when I threw the truck into gear. Gravel spat from under the tires as I launched forward. I saw the silhouette of the person's body in my peripheral vision as they ran alongside, trying to keep hold, trying to pull the door open even with the truck lurching ahead. For a split second, the hand on the doorframe seemed to tighten, as if they were going to climb in. Instinct overrode everything. I jerked the wheel just enough to shake their grip. The movement wasn't violent, just sharp, sudden. It was enough. The body fell away from the vehicle, rolling into darkness as I accelerated down the empty stretch. A small shape flared in my mirror, flung off into the gravel. Then nothing. I don't remember breathing until the shoulder markers were flashing past in a blur and the cracked glass had been blown back out the window by the speed. I kept waiting to see headlights behind me, expecting the other vehicle to give chase, but the road stayed empty in every direction. 10 minutes later, maybe more, I finally pulled into the next small town and parked under the sodium lights of a closed gas station. I locked the doors, even though most of the window was gone. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. The absurd part was how quiet the night felt there, as if nothing unusual had happened anywhere. The call to law enforcement was almost mechanical. I gave the dispatcher my location, my route, what had happened, the best description I could provide through the fog of adrenaline. Officers arrived in a pair of cruisers, lights off, their boots crunching on the concrete as they walked around the truck. One of them swept a flashlight across the passenger side, while the other asked me to repeat the sequence of events. I kept catching myself apologizing for stopping on the shoulder, for being tired, for not being more observant. One of the officers shook his head lightly, not unkindly, and told me I didn't need to keep saying sorry. They found the broken glass, of course. They found the outline in the dust where the person must have braced themselves against the door before everything happened. They found nothing else. No tire tracks unique enough to identify the other vehicle. No discarded tool. No footprints that could be separated from ordinary roadside debris. The officer with the flashlight stood at the edge of the lot for a long moment, looking toward the dark highway, then finally told me they'd file the report, but there wasn't much they could pursue without more evidence. Hearing that made the whole thing feel even stranger, not unreal, just unanchored. Something had happened that left almost no trace behind. When they finally let me go, dawn was creeping up over the flat horizon, turning everything that pale bleached color that makes the night feel smaller than it really was. Driving home with the shattered window rattling in its frame, I kept replaying my own decisions. The trust I'd placed in routine, the assumption that the road would always behave the way it usually did. I'd thought stopping on the shoulder was harmless, because it had been harmless every other time. I'd thought the rest stop was a fixed point in my map of the world. Seeing it abandoned had unsettled me, but not enough to break the habit of pushing through without a better plan. That was the part that stayed with me longest. The realization that my own misplaced confidence had made the situation possible. Back home, I swept the glass out of the passenger seat in silence. Each shard chimed as it hit the dustpan, tiny bright fragments catching the early light. I kept thinking about how sudden it all had been, how empty the highway felt both before and after. I kept thinking about the voice that had woken me, how it had sounded almost friendly despite everything that followed. There was no sense to be made of it, and I don't try anymore. The event sits in my memory as it happened, bare, sharp, unfinished. I've driven that same route since then, but I don't stop on shoulders anymore, no matter how tired I am. If a rest stop is dark, I keep going to the next town. If something feels off, I trust it immediately. The world is quiet out there at night, but that quiet can disguise things you don't see coming. The stretch of highway where I'd parked that night looks no different now than any other flat piece of road. Yet whenever I pass it, I feel my shoulders tighten as if the glass were about to shatter again. Even now, long after the cuts have healed and the truck has been repaired, the memory hits me in flashes. The abandoned building swallowed by darkness, the sudden crack of glass, the hand reaching through the broken window, the scramble to get the engine running. It all happened in seconds, but it changed something fundamental in the way I move through the world. I don't tell the story often. When I do, people ask why I didn't do this or that, why I didn't drive away sooner, why I didn't see the other vehicle in my mirrors. I never argue with them, I just tell them the truth. Everything seems obvious in hindsight. In the moment, I was tired, trusting, and alone on a road I thought I understood. That's all it took for the night to shift from familiar to dangerous. And ever since then, routine hasn't felt like comfort. It's felt like something I have to question, something I have to keep at arm's length, especially when the road is empty and the sky is fading toward morning. Now, when I pull into a well-lit lot at the end of a long drive, I sit for a moment and let the engine tick into silence, grateful for the plainness of the scene, the small ordinary details that don't shift beneath me. The memory of that night stays close, not to scare me, but to remind me that safety isn't a habit. It's a choice I have to make again and again, even on the most ordinary stretches of road. And sometimes when the wind hits the side of the truck just right, it carries the faintest rattle of glass, and I feel the whole night return in a single breath. I spend most of my nights on the road, and after enough years behind the wheel, you learn to trust the quiet. Not the calm of it, but the honesty. Engines don't lie. Pavement doesn't lie. Darkness, even when it feels alive around the edges, at least stays consistent. That late night on the forest highway, though, nothing felt honest. Not the stillness, not the shadows, not the way my headlights seemed to fall short, as if the night swallowed the beam before it could do its job. I'd been hauling a small load northbound, empty return, cruising a stretch I knew well. That road cuts through miles of old growth on both sides, with the nearest town more than an hour away. No houses, no side streets, just a winding ribbon of asphalt between trunks that look older than anything human. I'd done the run hundreds of times, and even on the worst nights the place stayed predictable. Deer, loose gravel, the occasional fallen branch. My vigilance was habit, not fear. A professional's reflex, nothing more. But the quiet that night felt carved out, too smooth, as if the forest was holding its breath. Even the hum of the engine seemed muted. I kept checking my mirrors, not because I expected anyone behind me, but because something about the air carried a pressure that made me feel observed. Nothing moved though. No headlights appeared. No animals darted out. Just that long, empty road and the sensation that the darkness had weight. A few miles deeper in, my high beams caught shapes along the right shoulder. People, at least 3 of them, standing far too close to the tree line, almost fused with it. I slowed instinctively, not wanting to spook anyone stupid enough to be out there on foot. Their clothing didn't reflect any light. Their faces were shadowed, and none of them made the slightest movement even as my lights passed over them. Most people raise a hand, shield their eyes, step back. Something. These figures just watched the truck go by, heads tracking, bodies fixed. I felt the shift in my breathing before I consciously registered it. I eased onto the throttle, letting the truck carry forward without jerking. The road doesn't get foot traffic out there. Not at that hour. Not ever, really. I scanned the rear view once I passed them. They were still there, shrinking to silhouettes, their heads all angled toward me like they were listening for something I couldn't hear. I tried to ground myself in the familiar checking gauges, adjusting my grip on the wheel, cataloging the sounds I knew by heart. But the sight of those motionless figures clung to me. There was no reason for anyone to be there. No broken down car, no campsite, no sign of distress. Just bodies arranged like they'd chosen that exact patch of road to wait for whoever came next. Maybe 5 minutes later, though it felt longer, I spotted another shape up ahead. At first I thought it was just a patch of darker road, a dip in the asphalt, but the closer I got, the more defined it became. A person, lying out flat, directly across the center of my lane. I braked hard, not enough to skid, but enough that the harness dug across my shoulder. The truck slowed from its steady glide to a jarring crawl. My pulse jumped so harshly that I felt it in my hands. I flicked my high beams twice, hoping for any reaction. An arm flinch, a head twitch, a sign that I wasn't about to run over someone unconscious or injured. Nothing. The figure lay on their back, one arm slightly crooked, legs straight, like they'd been placed rather than fallen. No movement, no struggle, no attempt to sit up when faced with several tons of machinery coming straight toward them. I kept one foot over the brake and another hovering near the throttle. My first instinct, the ingrained one, told me to stop to check for injury. Years of training pushing against every alarm bell going off in my mind. But something was wrong, too wrong. That entire stretch of forested highway was empty minutes before. No cars had passed me. No one had walked the shoulder, yet here, perfectly centered in my lane, was a body laying out like a barrier. And then the thought came. The people I had just seen on the shoulder. Too still, too silent, standing in that watchful line. The idea settled into my gut in a cold, sharp way. I was being set up, or at the very least maneuvered. The forest around me felt closer now, pressing in at the edges of my lights. I had no intention of getting out of my truck. Instead, I eased the wheel to the left, slow enough to keep traction, careful enough not to drift into the soft gravel where the drop-off began. The person didn't move, didn't so much as turn their head. I kept the truck angled, clearing as much space as I could, trying not to imagine hands grabbing at the side panels or something rushing from the dark. Once I passed the body, I straightened out and hit the throttle. Steady but not reckless. I watched the figure shrink in my side mirror, the road bending enough to give me one last look. That was when they stood up. Smooth, fluid, as if rising from sleep without confusion or stiffness. They turned toward the truck, not chasing, not stumbling, just watching. Their outline was too thin, their posture too steady for someone who had supposedly been lying motionless in the middle of the road. The hair on my arms rose despite the cab being warm. My gut locked into pure certainty. Whatever I had seen earlier was connected to this. A coordinated attempt, or at least something rehearsed. People positioned deliberately along an unpopulated stretch of highway. Someone lying in wait right in the center of the road. No words, no gestures, just that silent, uncanny stillness. And now the motionless body rising to stare after me like they were confirming something. The forest swallowed the figure as I rounded the bend, but I kept my eyes flicking from mirror to windshield, half expecting headlights behind me, or shapes forming out of the tree line. The road felt different then, narrower somehow, as if every curve carried weight. But nothing followed, no lights, no movement, no sound except the engine, and the low thrum of tires on asphalt. I didn't slow again until I hit the outskirts of a town, nearly 40 miles away. Even then, I parked under a street lamp, engine idling, just to feel something normal. Light, buildings, distance from whatever had unfolded in that stretch of woods. My breath still came uneven at first, like my body hadn't caught up to the fact that I wasn't being pursued. I've driven that route since, though not often. Every time I catch myself scanning the shoulder long before I reach that bend. I watch for shapes that shouldn't be there, and try not to replay the moment that figure rose from the center of the road. There's no report to file, nothing concrete I can hand over. All I have is the memory of those unmoving faces watching from the trees, and the way the night seemed to tighten around me, as if waiting for a mistake. I made it out because I trusted the unease instead of the rules drilled into me. Vigilance saved me, not courage. And sometimes when I think back on that road on the bodies in the dark, the way the forest held its breath, I still wonder what would have happened if I'd stopped, stepped out, let the quiet answer me on its own terms. I never will. Some nights stay with you on the highway. Some places keep their intentions hidden. And some stretches of road feel like they're still waiting for you to come back. I had been running that remote stretch of highway long enough to know its rhythms, the way the open fields swallowed sound at night, the way headlights carried farther than they seemed. Still, when I rounded a shallow bend and saw a darkened truck sitting sideways across my lane, I felt something shift in my gut. I pulled over, hazards ticking in the quiet, telling myself it was just another broken down rig in a place where help rarely came fast. The air was cold enough that my breath felt solid. No wind, no insects, no distant engines carrying off the flats. Just that truck. Its cab dark, its trailer angled like it had been eased to a stop rather than forced. I killed my engine and stepped out, listening for the usual signs of someone moving around. Boots and gravel, a door creak, a cough, nothing. Before I could call out, a burst of static cracked through my radio. My handheld was still clipped to my vest, the main unit inside my cab, idling on the standard channel we all used out there. The signal was short, broken. A man's voice flat, urgent, just a few words I couldn't cleanly parse, swallowed by interference. It was over before I even reached for the dial. I waited, hoping it would repeat, but the channel settled back into its usual soft hiss. I walked toward the stopped truck, scanning the ground with my flashlight. Tire tracks wove in and out of the dirt shoulder. Old ones mostly, but some sharper, cleaner, fresh. They didn't all belong to the truck in front of me. A few curved away toward the fields, then vanished in the dry grass. The cab door wasn't locked. I opened it slow, bracing for someone slumped over the wheel or crouched behind the seat. Instead, I found an empty cab, neat, undisturbed, no spilled coffee, no signs of a struggle, no hurried mess. A logbook sat open on the passenger seat, pen clipped in place. The keys were still in the ignition. I backed down carefully, keeping my light on the door frame as if the owner might step back into it at any moment. My instinct as a route driver had always been to help when I could, but there was something off here, like I'd walked into the middle of a scene where the rest of the cast had exited too quickly. I returned to my truck and called it in. Dispatch put me through to the nearest law enforcement post, though nearest meant nearly an hour away at that time of night. I explained the position of the stranded rig, the empty cab, the odd radio call. They told me someone would come out and asked me to stay put if it felt safe. I told them I'd remain on scene until they arrived, though I had already started checking my mirrors every few seconds, uneasy in a way I couldn't admit out loud. The officers showed up with their lights off, rolling slow along the shoulder. They walked the site with practiced calm, noting the same things I had. Open fields, clear night, a truck that should have had a driver but didn't. One officer asked if I'd touched anything in the cab. I told him no, just the door. Another radioed in the plate. When it came back, I heard the shift in their posture before they said a word. The truck belonged to a driver whose family had reported him missing earlier that evening. They didn't find footprints leading away from the vehicle. They didn't find dropped belongings or torn fabric or scuff marks in the gravel. The only thing they did find was a set of tracks from another vehicle, or more than one that had once parked near the abandoned rig. Old impressions fading fast. The officers traded a look I couldn't read, and one of them asked if the voice I'd heard on the radio could have belonged to the missing driver. I told him I didn't know. The transmission had been too short, too broken, too wrong. They let me go after taking my statement, but I sat in my truck for a while before starting the engine. The stationary rig looked smaller from behind my windshield, like it was retreating into the night instead of being left there. When I pulled back onto the road, I kept my speed low, headlights carving the darkness as though something could step into them without warning. Over the next weeks, the investigation continued, but all I ever heard were partial updates, most of them from other drivers who had their own take on the disappearance. Some claimed the missing man had been seen resting at a truck stop days before, though those sightings never checked out. Others swore they'd heard strange calls on the shared channel that same night, but none could repeat words clearer than I could. Whenever I tried to describe the voice, the sound of it slipped from memory as soon as I reached for it, leaving only the unease behind. I returned to that stretch of highway a month later. The fields were the same, open and indifferent. The gravel still showed faint scars of old tire tracks, but the truck was long gone, reclaimed by the investigation. I parked in the same spot and shut off my engine, listening for anything familiar. A late night breeze rustled through the grass. The sky was wide open and cold. I waited for the hiss of the radio, for the static to swell into that clipped voice again. But the channel stayed clean, too clean. Out there, you grow used to certain kinds of noise. Distant engines, wind cutting across empty miles, the quiet chatter of drivers fighting off fatigue. Silence is the one thing you don't trust. When I finally pulled away, I felt the same shift in my gut that I had the night I found the truck. A sense that something had been disturbed and left unresolved. I kept checking my mirrors again, half expecting to see headlights where there shouldn't be any, half expecting to hear that broken voice bleed through the speaker. Nothing came, just the open road, the steady hum of my engine, and a feeling I haven't shaken since that. Somewhere along that quiet stretch, a line was crossed, and I had arrived just late enough to know it, without ever understanding how or why. I was already several hours into my overnight run when the detour sign swung into my headlights. A crooked, reflective arrow pointed down a narrow country road I'd never taken in my life. Normally, I'd trust my own sense of direction over any temporary marker, but the highway ahead was blocked by a line of orange barrels and a lit board flashing warnings about construction up the grade. I slowed my rig, feeling the humid August air roll through the cracked window, heavy and wet like someone breathing against my neck. I should have checked the regional updates before heading out, but I'd driven this route so many times I thought I had every bend and merge memorized. Confidence makes you sloppy. I eased the truck onto the dark side road, telling myself it was just a short detour, just a blip in the run, nothing unusual at all. The asphalt thinned within half a mile. Pavement gave way to patched tar, then crumbly unmarked gravel. I watched the lines disappear under my headlights until the road became a narrow ribbon, boxed in by overgrowth. Kudzu and briar hung low enough to scrape the mirrors. The air smelled like hot soil and mildew. I kept expecting to pop out into some open stretch, maybe reconnect with the old county highway. But the trees pressed closer, swallowing the glow from my beams as if the night itself were leaning inward. A set of weathered mailboxes appeared to my right. Their numbers were either peeled away or never painted on in the first place. There were no lights from the homes they supposedly served. The shadows were still, but the kind of stillness that felt arranged. When I rolled past a sagging farmhouse, I caught a flicker in an upstairs window like a curtain dropping back into place. I tapped my horn once, hoping maybe someone inside might step out, confirm that the detour actually led anywhere. Nothing. No porch light, no voice, no dog bark. Just the hiss of the engine idling in the wet heat, and the faint rustle of leaves dragging across the roof of the cab. I kept driving, partly because backing out on such a narrow road would have been a nightmare, partly because I couldn't shake the sense that stopping would be worse. I rounded a bend and saw a shape on the road ahead, a fallen tree trunk, thick enough I'd never get over it. I braked hard, gravel skittering under the tires. The obstruction looked fresh, too fresh. Pale wood where the bark had split, sap still wet. It didn't match the older forest around it. No storm, no wind, just placement. I didn't like the idea of getting out, but staying put meant I wasn't going anywhere. I grabbed my flashlight and climbed down. The night air felt even heavier outside, clinging to my skin. Cicadas droned like a single unbroken tone. When my beam swept the ditch, I saw tire tracks. Fat, recent impressions in the mud. Another vehicle had come through. Maybe more than one, but the trunk hadn't been moved. It had just been placed, deliberately, as if someone was siphoning travelers down this route and closing the door behind them. I didn't try to move it. Something in me said I wouldn't be able to anyway. Instead, I climbed back into the cab, executed a slow, careful reverse, and turned around as soon as I found a patch wide enough. The mirrors showed nothing behind me but the jittery reflection of my own brake lights bouncing off vegetation. I aimed the rig back toward the way I'd come, relieved at the thought of rejoining the main road, maybe even swallowing my pride and calling dispatch. After 15 minutes, I started scanning the roadside for the mailboxes again. Then the farmhouse. Then the bend I'd recognized earlier. But the road just stretched on, straight as a survey line, with no markers at all. I checked the odometer. I should have been back at the detour split by then. I should have seen the reflectors from the barrels. I leaned forward, squinting toward the end of the headlight's reach, expecting at least a hint of something familiar. What I found instead was the fallen tree trunk. The same pale, fresh break. The same angle across the road. I braked again. Slower this time. Dread moving through me in a cold wash. The flashlight beam, when I forced myself to take it out again, showed the exact same tire tracks in the mud, my own included, leading up to where I stood. I followed them with my eyes. They curved away, looping back around in a direction that didn't match what the road should have been doing. It made no sense. I climbed back into the cab, my breath unsteady. I told myself I had just gotten turned around. Maybe I'd passed a junction without noticing. Maybe the trees had blocked my view. But the lie didn't hold up against the pressure in my chest. The road wasn't behaving the way roads behave. I decided to call someone, anyone, but the signal bar flickered between 1 and nothing. When I lifted the phone closer to the windshield, all I got was a brief burst of static in my ear before the line died, just long enough to let me know something else was out there. I drove again. Slower, more deliberate. Counting off landmarks wasn't possible. There were none now, just endless brush and the occasional shape of a fence post eaten by rust. Then, maybe 20 minutes later, the mailboxes reappeared. Same dents in the metal, same angle in the grass. My stomach dropped. Ahead, the farmhouse loomed to my left. Its windows hollow this time, no flicker behind the curtains. I tried my horn again. The blast sounded small, swallowed by the wet dark. I considered stopping, walking up to the porch, but something in the stillness felt watchful, not animal watchful. Those woods were too quiet for wildlife. This was something else, something practiced. I inched past the house and realized every tire track I was following was my own. I had been circling without seeing any way to turn off. The road had become a loop. I felt sweat prick under my shirt, even with the AC running. My hands tightened on the wheel. My confidence, the one thing I always relied on, the one thing everyone else relied on, felt like it had been scooped out of me and left in the gravel somewhere behind. The loop kept me moving through that same stretch another time, then another. Landmarks repeating like stuttering frames of a film. The longer I stayed, the more wrong the details became. A window shutter that was partly open the first pass hung straight down on the next. A porch railing that had sagged to one side now leaned the other way. The mailbox flag, down when I first passed it, stood up on my third circle. Little changes, quiet ones, someone manipulating the scene piece by piece, or something using the landscape as a kind of signal. I stopped counting loops, it wasn't helping. I drove until the lights of my rig cut through a patch of mist where the road dipped. When the view cleared, the tree trunk was in front of me again. I stared at it, dry mouth as if I were seeing a verdict. The branches looked rearranged, pointed toward the ditch like an arrow. I followed it with the beam of my headlights. The ditch sloped into a field I hadn't noticed before. Or maybe it hadn't been there. In the gloom, I could make out the edges of rows tilled soil, tended recently. The plants were knee-high, but I couldn't tell what they were. They moved slightly, though there was no breeze. The field seemed to breathe. I jerked my eyes away. I checked the mirror. The road behind me was darker than the front, as if the light couldn't reach more than a few yards. I had the sense, sharp electric, that if I got out again, I wouldn't get back in. I shifted into gear and tried to push the truck past the trunk anyway, hoping maybe I could force the tires into the ditch and climb out on the far side. The engine growled, but the wheels spun uselessly, digging into the mud. Even with the brakes off, the rig refused to inch forward. It felt held. I leaned my forehead against the wheel and listened. The cicadas had stopped. A thin metallic clicking replaced them, like someone tapping on glass in a slow rhythmic pattern. I checked each window. Nothing there. The clicking didn't grow louder or softer. It just seeped in from all directions, as steady as my pulse when I tried to calm myself. I reversed again, pulling back until the road widened enough to attempt another turn. As I swung the rig around, the headlights swept across the farmhouse one more time. A shape stood on the porch, tall, unmoving. I couldn't make out a face, just the silhouette, arms at its sides, watching the truck with the patience of someone who had been expecting me. I kept turning until the figure was no longer in view. The road ahead seemed flatter, maybe even straighter than before. A false hope, but I latched onto it. I pressed the accelerator gently, keeping the rig steady. The mailboxes passed. The fence post passed. But this time, instead of coming to the bend where the farmhouse waited, the road stretched farther than I'd seen it stretch all night. I didn't trust it, but I didn't slow down. A thin layer of fog built along the ground, rising just high enough to blur the edges of the weeds. I pushed on until the fog thickened, stripping away the horizon. The world outside the windshield became a narrow tunnel of light, and the sensation of movement felt less like traveling forward and more like being drawn ahead. My stomach tightened as the road ahead began to curve, not sharply, but enough that I had to adjust the wheel, enough to make me think of the loop again. When the fog thinned, I found myself facing the obstruction. The same fallen trunk, the same fresh brake. The ditch beside it glistened under the headlights, the soil wet as if someone had just stepped out of it. The branches pointed the opposite direction now, angled toward the field on the other side of the road, as if the arrow had been flipped. I knew then that the route behind me would only repeat, and the route ahead would only shift. The landmarks were no longer places. They were signals, adjusted, monitored. My rig idled over the gravel, the engine heat rising around my legs. I felt the first real edge of panic slide through me. I backed away from the trunk and parked in the center of the road. I cut the engine. The silence that followed was wrong. No insects, no wind, no distant hum of anything human. Just the faint metallic clicking, steady and patient, waiting. I sat there for what felt like hours, though I know it couldn't have been. Time had folded on itself the same way the road had. Every direction looked the same. Every option a repetition. My confidence didn't matter. My knowledge didn't matter. The terrain was no longer following any map I had ever learned. When I finally turned the key again, the engine responded on the first try. I eased forward, though I didn't know where I expected to go. The fog crept back in. The farmhouse disappeared behind it. The mailboxes slipped out of sight. The road beneath me felt by then like something alive, shifting under the weight of the tires, guiding me in a direction I didn't choose. I realized then that the only consistent thing in that whole place was the sense of being watched, the small changes, the quiet adjustments, the loop tightening each time it brought me back to the same points. Whoever had placed that trunk didn't need to come out and stop me. They only needed to keep nudging the world into shape around me. The clicking grew louder as the fog brightened with my headlights. I gripped the wheel until my hands ached, waiting for the next shift, the next repeat. the next proof that I wasn't getting out of that place by direction or skill or any amount of experience. Eventually, the fog swallowed everything ahead, and the road faded beneath me until it felt like I was moving across nothing at all. The storm had been building behind me for hours, pushing at the trailer like a giant hand, but I kept telling myself I'd clear the high pass before it swallowed the interstate. I'd run this stretch for decades, knew every windbreak and turnout, but that night the road felt wrong, too quiet, too hollow, like the cold had drained the life out of everything except my own breath, drifting across the dash. When the engine stumbled the first time, just a soft hiccup under the hood, I told myself it was the grade. Then it happened again, and the rig shuddered hard enough that my coffee slopped across my glove. I eased toward the shoulder, fighting the drift of snow that wanted to drag me off the pavement. The nearest exit was miles back, the next one who knew where, and the weather had turned the world into a white blur. By the time I rolled to a stop, the wind had picked up to a shrill, steady whistle around the mirrors. My rig idled like it was breathing through a wet rag, then coughed twice and quit. Just dead silence and the storm pressing in. I stepped down into snow that reached my shins, the cold biting straight through the insulated boots. My breath felt sharp enough to cut my throat. I popped the hood, hoping for something simple, loose line, frozen filter, but the dark made everything look slick and unfamiliar. The beam from my flashlight flickered like it didn't want to be out there any more than I did. That was when I saw the first set of lights cresting the rise behind me. High beams, too bright, too steady, and moving slow, almost gliding through the storm. I figured it was another trucker taking it easy, until I noticed there wasn't any sound. No engine growl, no tire crunch, just light cutting through the snow. Then another pair appeared behind it, and another, a whole line of them, spaced evenly, drifting down the interstate toward my stalled rig. I stepped back from the hood. The lights dimmed as the lead vehicle neared, but the form behind them stayed washed out by the storm. I kept waiting to hear chains or the thrum of diesel. Nothing, just the wind. When the lead truck finally pulled alongside me, the cab windows looked like black glass. I couldn't see a driver. I couldn't see anything at all. Then a door opened. A man climbed down, tall, bundled heavy, face obscured by a hood and mask. He moved with slow, deliberate steps like the cold didn't touch him. He raised one gloved hand toward me, said something I couldn't hear over the wind, but the motion looked like an invitation. A "come on, I'll help you" gesture, except every instinct I had told me not to go anywhere near him. The storm seemed to fold in around us, muting everything except my heartbeat. I called out that I was fine, that I already had help on the way. Lie, but I needed distance. The man didn't answer. He just stood there, hand still lifted, waiting, as the other vehicles in the convoy rolled to a stop behind his. Their lights flickered, dimmed, then swelled again, like breath. I took one step back, his head tilted, a slow tilt like he was studying me through the dark. I felt the cold deepen around my spine. The snow at my feet shifted though the wind hadn't changed direction. Something about that moment made the air feel thinner, like the storm was holding a breath of its own. I turned toward the cab of my rig, planning to close myself inside and radio for help. But the man took a single stride that cut the distance between us in half. He didn't slip, didn't sink into the drift. He just moved, smooth and steady, and for the first time I caught a glint under his hood, something dull and metallic where an eye should be. I got the door open and hauled myself inside, locked it, hit the emergency beacon on the radio. The wind hammered at the cab, and outside the man stood inches from my window. He didn't knock. He didn't shout. He just stared. The snow around his boots didn't move. The convoy behind him idled without sound. Lights pulsing. Shapes sat in those cabs. Silhouettes that didn't shift or adjust or show any sign of breath. A line of watchers waiting for something I didn't want to imagine. My beacon crackled weakly, and I prayed the storm wouldn't swallow the signal. Minutes stretched. The man kept his hand slightly raised, like the gesture had frozen mid-offer. My breath fogged the glass, and beyond it, his hooded face blurred in and out as the light surged. I clutched the wheel, ready to hit the horn just to break the silence, when a sudden burst of blue strobed across the snow. A patrol cruiser slid to a stop behind the convoy, tires biting through the drift. Its engine was loud, real, cutting through the quiet with a presence that made something in me loosen. The trooper stepped out, shouting over the storm, asking if I needed assistance. The moment his boots hit the pavement, the lights of the convoy dimmed like someone had thrown a sheet over them. The hooded man stepped back, slow, almost reluctant. The trooper's flashlight beam swung toward him, but the man angled his head away, then turned and climbed into his cab. The others followed even faster, not climbing, not scrambling, just appearing back inside their cabs as if the darkness swallowed the space between. Engines ignited with no sound. The whole line pulled forward and disappeared into the storm without so much as a spray of snow behind them. The trooper helped me into the cruiser to warm up, while he radioed for a tow. I watched the place where the convoy had vanished, but the snow had already erased their tracks. When I mentioned the odd behavior of the lead driver, the trooper gave me a look I'd seen before, half trying not to spook me, half wondering if I'd been out in the cold too long. Then he asked if I'd ever heard of the disappearances on that stretch. Old stories, legends about truckers breaking down and never being found, convoys seen during storms, drivers waving others into the dark. I told him I'd never heard it, and I didn't want to again. By the time we reached the service station, the storm had sealed the interstate behind us. I sat inside with a cup of burnt coffee, staring at the snow building against the glass. Every set of headlights passing on the frontage road made me flinch. I finished the run the next day, white-knuckled the whole way. I haven't taken that stretch of interstate since. I route an extra hour around it, even on clear nights. Folks say storms play tricks on the mind, and maybe they do, but I know what I saw out there and what waited for me when I was stranded and alone. I pulled off the highway because the snow had turned the world into a white wall, and the wipers on my rig could only smear it around. The plow crews were hours behind, and the wind kept throwing the trailer sideways hard enough that I felt it in my teeth. When I spotted the faded sign for the truck stop, its light flickering through the drifted haze, I took it as the last reasonable place to ride out the worst of it. By the time I eased into the lot, the storm had swallowed everything except the shape of the diner and the row of fuel pumps half buried under fresh snow. I stepped down into the cold, feeling it bite straight through my jacket. The diner door stuck halfway open from the ice buildup, and the warm air hit me like a shock. Inside looked lived in but abandoned. Lights on, coffee warming, chairs askew as if the last round of customers had stepped away mid-meal. I walked to the counter, rubbing heat back into my hands. A waitress appeared from the back room, though I hadn't heard any footsteps. Middle-aged, tired eyes, apron dusted with flour. She gave me a mug of coffee without asking. She mentioned in a quiet, indirect way that travelers shouldn't linger there on nights when the weather moved hard and fast. She avoided the windows when she said it. Something about local stories, strange calls, folks losing their way between the diner and their rigs. I chalked it up to small-town superstition. The kind of thing people say when the winter's long and they've seen too many wrecks pulled out of ditches. I let her talk though. Veteran habit. You listen politely, you keep your mind on the job. You don't disrespect someone's sense of history. She warned that the storm tended to draw things out, a phrase she didn't explain. She asked if I planned on staying in my cab. I told her I'd be leaving once the wind eased and the visibility came back. She didn't argue, only nodded in a way that made me want to finish my coffee and get back to the familiar confines of my truck. When the first distress crackled over my handheld radio, I assumed it was a nearby driver dealing with blown hoses or a frozen line. The voice was thin, barely recognizable as human under the static. It repeated a short plea, the same trembling phrase about shapes outside the truck stop, about not being able to see them clearly. I asked the waitress if she knew of anyone else parked nearby, but she kept her hands wrapped around a towel and didn't look at me. She said it wasn't the first time someone heard something like that during storms. I told myself someone was stuck in a ditch with a failing battery. I made the call. I wasn't going to sit around while another driver froze out there. Duty has a way of pushing you back out into the cold, whether you feel brave or not. I stepped back into the blizzard, head lowered, pushing toward the far end of the lot where the voice had seemed to originate. But the snow had erased everything. No tire tracks, no fresh prints. Only that swirling emptiness that made it look like the land itself was shifting. I moved in a slow circle, sweeping my flashlight over the lot, over the diner, over the pumps. Nothing. When I returned to my rig, the first thing I noticed was the windshield. A thin line etched into the frost, as though someone had dragged a finger across the glass to trace a curve. I wiped it off, assuming it was ice forming unevenly. Inside, I keyed the ignition, but the dash stayed dead. Battery was healthy earlier, now the whole panel gave me nothing. I reached for my CB, and the light flickered once, then went dark like someone had cut the wire. The wind pressed against the cab harder than before, not in gusts but in steady pulses, as if something heavy leaned in from the outside. I checked the mirrors. The storm reflected my own beams back at me. No shapes, no movement. But the sense of company grew stronger. I tried to tell myself it was just the storm tightening the world around me. Then the radio came alive again, but not with a voice, just a series of faint taps, spaced irregularly, like someone tapping a fingernail on a microphone. It continued even after I pulled the unit from its mount. The sound didn't feel like interference. It felt deliberate. I decided to head back inside the diner. I took only a few steps before realizing I wasn't alone between the truck and the entrance. Nothing blocked my path, nothing showed itself, but the air changed in that way you feel when someone stands too near in an empty room. I forced myself onward, boots crunching through the new layer of snow, fighting the growing sense that whatever else moved in that storm moved with purpose. Inside, the diner had grown colder, as if the heat had been shut off. The waitress wasn't at the counter anymore. Chairs that had been upright were now shifted, pushed away from tables in irregular angles. The backroom door hung open, faintly rocking on its frame. I called out to her, more to confirm the world was still ordinary than because I expected an answer. None came. My handheld buzzed again. This time the voice returned. Hoarse, strained, not quite matching the earlier distress call, but close enough to make my stomach drop. The words warned me not to stay in the diner, that the walls didn't matter, that whatever pressed against the building could step through any weakness. I asked where they were, but only broken static answered. The windows shuddered. The ceiling creaked like something walked on it. I backed away from the glass, keeping low, keeping to the interior wall. A sharp thump landed against the far side of the diner, followed by a dragging scrape that traveled toward the entrance. I felt the cold seep in through the door seams. I made a split decision, run to the maintenance closet and wedge myself inside. It was the only solid room with a lock I had seen. The closet was narrow, filled with mops and spare containers, but I pulled the door shut and turned the latch. The wind outside shifted into a steady push, making the walls vibrate. At first I thought the sound at the door was just the storm, but then the handle turned, slow and steady. The metal clicked once. Then again, when the lock didn't give, something pressed against the doorframe. The hinges strained. The narrow room felt like a coffin as the wood began to bow inward. I braced my shoulder against it. My breath steamed up the dark, and every instinct told me to keep that door shut no matter what. But pressure climbed, steady and mechanical, unlike any natural force. I heard a low hum, not through the air but through the frame, like a vibration traveling through the wall itself. The hinges popped once, and a thin crack of cold air slid past my cheek. Then everything went silent. The pressure vanished. The cold faded. Even the wind seemed to stand still. I opened the door a fraction. The diner lights glowed faintly, and the front entrance hung halfway open as if the storm had pushed it inward. The snow no longer blew in. It simply drifted upward in slow spirals, almost weightless. My instincts urged me back to the rig, back to something I understood. Crossing the lot felt like walking through a dream. The air had a density to it, like stepping through invisible curtains. My footprints vanished behind me faster than the snow could cover them. When I reached the truck, the passenger door hung wide, swaying gently. I knew I had locked it. My flashlight flickered out as I climbed into the cab. Inside, the air was warm again, too warm. The faint smell of ozone lingered in the cabin. My dash lights returned on their own, glowing weakly. I reached for the ignition and froze. In the frost along the inside of the windshield, new marks appeared, thin arcs crossing and recrossing until they formed a pattern I couldn't understand, but recognized instinctively. A pattern from the same curve I had wiped away earlier. The cab shifted, just enough to make the suspension creak. Something landed on the roof with weight that moved from front to back in a deliberate line. I slid down behind the seats, gripping the floor to keep myself steady. The roof dented inward an inch, then another, like something tested the metal. Then the passenger door slammed shut without a breeze. The next impact was sudden. The back window flexed sharply. Once, then twice. I heard the metal around the sleeper frame groan. It felt like hands, or something like hands, searched for seams, for weak points, for a way in. My breath burned in my throat. I pressed myself into the narrow space between the bunk and the cabin wall. The lights dimmed until everything was the same shade of charcoal. When the breach finally came, it wasn't with shattering glass. It was with silence, a complete absence of sound that fell so fast it felt like being dropped under frozen water. The cab darkened, not from the lack of light, but as if the space itself folded inward. My muscles locked. The air thickened. Something touched the back of my collar, not grabbing, not pulling, but brushing, like fingers testing fabric. Then everything lifted away, including my sense of weight, direction, or motion. What I remember next comes in brief flashes. My rig sitting empty in the dawn light. Snow packed against the wheels. The diner windows reflecting nothing. The wind carrying a faint hum I recognized from the maintenance closet door. After that, memory breaks apart. I know the rest only from what I was told much later. 2 weeks passed before search parties found my truck stranded on the edge of the lot. Cab doors open, engine dead. They found my body in the snow beyond the pumps, lying in a shallow drift with no clear trail leading to it. The investigators couldn't explain the state of the truck, the stripped wiring, the warped frame around the sleeper berth. They couldn't explain the marks on the windshield that didn't match any tool or animal. The waitress didn't return to work after that night. The officer who filed the report mentioned that she had left a note behind in the diner's kitchen. It said only that the storm had drawn something out again, and that she was sorry she couldn't do more. I remember the moment the cab went silent, the moment the weight pressed the air out of the world, the moment something found me in the narrow dark. Everything after that dissolves into cold emotion, and the sense of being carried somewhere I couldn't see. I remember the way the sodium lamp struggled against the dark that night, as if the light itself didn't want to be there. I had pulled into the remote plaza like I had 100 times before, running my usual route, logging my mandatory stop, doing everything by the book. Reliability wasn't just a trait for me, it was muscle memory built over years on the road. Still, something felt wrong the moment I rolled to a stop. The engine ticked as it cooled, but underneath that familiar sound there was a pressure, like the night was holding its breath around me. I checked the clipboard on the passenger seat, saw the clean row of boxes I needed to mark, and paused. The pen felt slick in my hand. Not from sweat, more like static, as if the air inside the cab had changed while I wasn't paying attention. I wrote the time, noted the location, and added a short line I hadn't planned. Atmosphere feels off. Recheck surroundings before sleep. I don't normally leave notes like that. I remember thinking how unprofessional it looked, how unlike me, but I didn't cross it out. When I stepped down from the cab, gravel crunched under my boots, too loud in the empty plaza. The wind had gone still. No insects, no hum from the vending machines on the far side of the lot. A pair of trucks idled near the diesel pumps, their drivers standing close to one another, looking toward the tree line beyond the restrooms. I raised a hand and one of them nodded back with that tight, uneasy look drivers get when they don't want to talk about what they've seen. I walked toward the restroom building, planning to stretch, splash water on my face, and settle for a short nap before the next leg. Halfway there, I caught a flicker in my peripheral vision. A quick passive movement where nothing should have been. No shape, no color, just a distortion, like heat waves off asphalt, except the night was cool enough to see my breath. I stopped and scanned the direction of the trees. They stood completely still. Another driver approached me later, quietly, while I filled my thermos. He kept glancing over his shoulder as he told me he'd heard something out past the darkness. Something like low voices or maybe a radio echoing through static, except the words never formed. He said he didn't like how the sound moved. Like it was circling, he muttered, not really looking at me. I asked if he'd reported it, but he shook his head, almost embarrassed. Truckers see strange things on night runs. We usually don't involve authorities unless we're sure, but we weren't sure about anything that night. I returned to my truck and opened the driver's door. Everything inside was exactly where I'd left it. Logbook tucked into the side pocket, keys clipped to the ignition lanyard, lunch cooler still zipped, my jacket folded behind the seat. Secure, ordinary, except the unease hadn't eased. If anything, it had deepened, pooling under my ribs like cold syrup. I tried to console myself with routine, checked the straps on the trailer, logged the fuel, walked the perimeter with my flashlight. The beam cut across the asphalt and into the brush at the edge of the lot. And that's when I heard it. A faint tapping rhythm, too deliberate to be branches moving, too slow to be an animal. I swung the light toward the sound, but the underbrush stayed still, deep shadows swallowing everything past the first few feet. Back in the cab, I meant to lock up and settle in, but a pressure built behind my eyes. Subtle at first, then heavier. I rubbed the bridge of my nose, trying to shake it off, but the sensation didn't come from fatigue. It felt like a suggestion, a pull. Not words, not emotions, more like the idea of a path forming in my mind, leading me away from the truck. I remember blinking at the windshield, realizing I had already unbuckled without noticing. I wasn't the kind of person who forgot steps. My job depended on precision, but when I checked the surveillance footage later, well, what the detective later showed me, you can see me in the grainy image stepping out of the cab calmly, leaving the door open, turning away from the safety of the truck. No hesitation, no sign of distress, just steady movement toward the unmonitored area behind the plaza, toward the trees I had already been avoiding. Witnesses would later say they saw me moving with purpose, as though following something just out of sight. A couple of them claimed they heard that same circling static, drifting ahead of me as I walked. One driver insisted he saw a shape next to me, thin and too tall, pacing at my shoulder before melting into the dark. The detective cautioned me not to lean on those secondhand accounts, but I've heard that tone before. The one investigators use when they don't want to say what they actually believe. I remember only fragments of the path behind the plaza. The air felt thick, and my legs carried me forward with a confidence I didn't recognize. I recall the narrow trail, the crunch of undergrowth, the faint glow of my phone screen when I lifted it out of habit. My thumb hovered over the messaging app before I typed a single line to dispatch. I told them I'd heard something near the tree line, something that matched local stories other drivers had mentioned in passing. Old folklore about the highway people, the ones who call out from the dark, mimicking voices or thoughts to draw travelers away from the road. I didn't believe in it, but I wrote the message anyway, and sent it. My phone lost signal right after. Somewhere beyond the trees, something shifted. Not footsteps, not breathing. More like the dark bending around a presence moving through it. I should have turned back. I knew I should have. But the sense of direction in my head pulsed again. A quiet insistence that I wasn't done, that something ahead needed my attention. I don't know how long I walked before I reached the old maintenance road. The gravel there was scattered, as if something had been dragged across it recently. I didn't see anyone. I didn't hear anyone, but I felt watched. Not from a single point, but from every angle at once. The air tasted metallic, and the flashlight in my hand dimmed. even though the batteries were new. I told myself I was imagining it. I told myself I was just tired. But when I turned to retrace my steps, the trail I had followed seemed narrower, unfamiliar, as though it had shifted behind me. The urge to keep moving forward pressed harder. Somewhere along that stretch, my jacket must have been torn free. They found it later, snagged 10 feet up in a tree I never approached. Fibers stretched as if pulled with force. A detective showed it to me sealed in a bag, and I couldn't explain the dirt on the inside of the collar, or why the sleeve looked twisted. They cataloged it as evidence of a struggle, though they never told me what they thought I had struggled with. The last image I have before everything breaks apart is the silhouette of the plaza lights behind me, their glow fading through the trees like distant fires sinking below the horizon. My legs felt suddenly heavy, and the pressure in my head sharpened into a single thought that wasn't mine, pulling me toward the deeper dark ahead. I stumbled once, caught myself, and then the ground shifted under me in a way I can't describe without sounding unhinged. It was as if the space in front of me opened. Not downward, not like a fall, but outward, a widening that swallowed the path and the trees and the night. The next thing I remember is waking in the cab with dawn edging over the horizon. Uniformed officers knocking on the window, asking if I knew how long I had been gone. My vehicle had been locked from the outside, my belongings untouched, my log still open on the seat with the pen exactly where I had left it. But the timestamps didn't make sense, and neither did the intervening hours I couldn't account for. The detective kept circling back to the surveillance footage, to the fact that I walked out on my own. He said the case remained open but unofficially unsolved, with secondary indicators suggesting something beyond typical causes. I could see in his eyes he didn't want to use the word supernatural, but he didn't have anything else to offer. I tried returning to the route a week later, but the night felt different after that. The road seemed too quiet, the rest stops too still. Sometimes when I pull into a remote plaza, I feel a faint pressure behind my eyes, like a half-remembered suggestion waiting to reform. And I keep thinking about that path, about how sure my steps were, about how easily I left everything behind without hesitation. I haven't been back to that particular stop since, but sometimes when I pass the turnoff, I swear I hear a faint tapping from the tree line, steady and patient, as if something remembered me and was waiting for me to listen again. I took the contract because no one else would. The dispatcher called it a priority haul and warned me that the quickest way meant cutting over the old mountain pass, the one most drivers pretended didn't exist anymore. My ambition got the better of me. I told myself the detour would cost hours. The night was already deep, and the road, while narrow, was still just asphalt and guardrails. When I reached the turnoff, the air thinned and the temperature dropped fast. Fog clung low in the beams of my headlights, and I felt that familiar prickle of risk settle at the base of my neck. It was exactly the kind of job I built my reputation on, and I drove straight into the dark without hesitation. The pavement carried old scars, frost heave, patched potholes, broken reflectors, the kind of damage you only notice when the world narrows to what your lights can touch. I was halfway up a steep grade when the first impact hit, hard enough to throw my chest against the wheel. Something slammed the back of the truck with the weight of another vehicle, but the mirrors showed nothing except wet streaks of fog drifting across the lane. I steadied the wheel and listened for an engine behind me. Anything but only the wind scraped across the pass. My taillights cut red into the mist with no shape answering from behind. I pushed on, trying to believe I had clipped a fallen limb or a sliding rock, but the dent was too sharp, too sudden, too aggressive to ignore. I had just eased into a tight curve when the radio crackled on a frequency I didn't recognize. A burst of static snapped through the cab, followed by a voice pushed right to the edge of panic. I couldn't make out the words at first, only the tone strained, begging, like someone trying to breathe through crushed lungs. The signal kept warping, dipping under the noise and rising again as if the speaker were moving, or hiding or fighting for their life. I asked where they were, what had happened. The only answer was a repeated plea for help, words dragging into distortion, then cutting off entirely. The quiet that followed pressed against my ears until I felt it in my teeth. I checked the scanner. No listed channel matched what I had heard. The higher I climbed, the more the past seemed to fold in on itself. I kept the window cracked to listen for engines, animals, anything that might help me make sense of the hit from behind. Instead, the cold poured in. My breath fogged the windshield from the inside, and a thin shimmer of ice began forming at the edges of the glass. The truck didn't usually struggle with temperature swings, but the gauge had sunk lower than I'd ever seen it. With every switchback, the sense of being watched grew heavier. I told myself it was the stress of the job, the late hour, the shape of the mountain pressing in through the fog. I told myself a lot of things I no longer believe. About a mile before the summit, the fog thickened into a wall. My high beams did nothing but paint a white sheet that shifted in slow rolling currents. I eased off the throttle, scanning the shoulder for any hint of a reflective post. That was when I saw movement, massive, fast, and impossibly dark against the brighter fog behind it. It crossed the road far ahead of me, or maybe above me, or maybe it only seemed that way because it didn't move like anything with bones should. The shape vanished before I could lock eyes on it, but the impression of size stayed with me, something enormous slipping out of sight just beyond the reach of the lights. The truck's frame shuddered as if responding to a pressure drop, and a pulse of instinct hammered through my chest. "Keep moving," the radio screamed again. Not static this time, just the voice, raw and frantic, repeating that it was close, that I needed to stay in the center of the road. The message warped into a low moan, then snapped into sharp clarity for a single sentence I still hear. "Every time I try to sleep, it's behind your lights." I jerked my eyes to the mirrors. The fog diffused the rear beams into a hazy glow, but something darker than the night passed through them. It wasn't a reflection. It wasn't a shadow. It was a shape that absorbed light instead of returning it. My hands tightened on the wheel. I didn't speak to the voice. I just pressed the accelerator harder than I should have on ice-slick pavement. The road pitched upward, then banked left. A sheer drop waited on the outside of the curve. I knew it from the map and from every warning I'd ever heard about the pass. The truck fishtailed as the rear tires lost traction. The unseen weight behind me, whether wind, fear, or the thing I glimpsed, seemed to push the truck toward the edge. The radio erupted again, the voice shouting over a distortion so violent it shook the speakers. Something like a howl threaded through the noise, low and drawn out, but resonant enough to make the windshield tremble. I felt the right side tires skid toward empty air. The guardrail wasn't visible anymore. Everything outside had dissolved into motionless white. I pulled the wheel hard, too hard, forcing the truck into an extreme countersteer that nearly flipped the load. The chassis groaned. The rear end swung wide and then caught traction just long enough to haul me back toward the inner lane. I stayed off the brakes, letting the engine drag the speed down. Fog streamed past the windows in long vertical lines as if pulled upward by something moving above the truck. When the curve straightened, I found myself breathing in short, sharp bursts. The radio had gone dead. The temperature gauge bottomed out. All I could hear was the engine climbing, and something heavy pacing its rise. The summit appeared without warning, just a soft break in the fog where the wind pushed cold air across the ridge. I pushed through it, and didn't slow down, not even when the road widened and the grade leveled. Whatever had followed me didn't cross that boundary. I felt it stop, not with sound or sight, but with the sudden release of pressure inside the cab, like stepping out of a deep pool. The radio stayed silent, the cold eased. The fog behind me churned in slow spirals, but didn't advance. I didn't stop until I reached a turnout near the far side of the mountain, and turned off the engine, only because my hands were shaking too badly to keep driving. I inspected the rear of the truck under a roadside lamp. The metal had caved inward in a perfect concave shape, smooth as if pressed by a single massive palm. No animal could do that. No machine would hit without leaving debris. No person could have vanished into the fog at that speed. I reported the incident in the most professional terms I could muster, leaving out what I had seen, what I had heard, what had chased me. The dispatcher noted the dent and the frost damage, and told me to submit a written account. I wrote about the ice, the road conditions, the compromised visibility, I stopped short of the truth because I didn't want anyone asking me to prove it. I never took another mountain route again, not even in daylight, not even on paved, well-traveled roads. When colleagues ask why, I tell them I've lost my taste for risk. When they laugh, I let them. It's easier than describing the shape I saw crossing the road, or the voice that broke through the radio, or the way the world tilted toward the cliff when something unseen pushed from behind. Every time I think about going back, I remember the last thing I felt as I crossed the summit relief, mixed with the certainty that whatever waited in that fog wasn't finished with me. I still avoid the mountains entirely, even when the sky is clear. Especially when the sky is clear. I first took that route because I didn't believe half the things the other drivers whispered about it. Skepticism was my defining flaw back then. I treated every warning like superstition, every story like someone killing time on a long haul. So when the company told me there was an opening for a night-to-morning delivery run through a wooded stretch of Midwestern highway with a reputation nobody wanted to test twice, I accepted without hesitation. I wanted the hours, the pay, the solitude, and I wanted to prove the road was just a road. I remember the rain starting before I'd even merged onto the state road, the kind that came in sheets, flattening everything outside the windshield into a gray smear. Fog sat low and heavy across the pavement. My wipers kept losing ground against it. The darkness felt thick enough to lean on. My goal was simple: drive, deliver, get back home before noon. That was all. Nothing unusual. Nothing supernatural. Just another night on a job I thought I understood. The first odd thing I noticed was how the tree line looked different out there. The branches seemed to hang lower than they should, crowding over the road even though I'd driven this direction many times in daylight on my own errands. At night in weather like that, the familiar shape of things changed. The woods pressed in, narrowing the world to a ribbon of wet asphalt. My headlights carved out a small, trembling tunnel through it. For the first hour, I kept my focus locked on the painted lines, ignoring how the fog moved as if stirred by something more deliberate than wind. The radio picked up only static and a faint whisper of old country music that dissolved into hiss. No matter how I tuned it, I kept going, telling myself road conditions could play tricks on anyone. When I saw the first vehicle, I almost missed it. It was pulled over on the opposite shoulder, angled slightly toward the trees. Just a truck cab with no trailer attached, no lights, no hazard flash. At first I assumed someone had abandoned it earlier in the day, but the way the fog curled around it made it feel recent, like whoever drove it had stepped away only moments before. I kept moving. My skepticism held firm. If something felt wrong, I chalked it up to weather. If something looked out of place, I called it fatigue. But a mile later, I noticed another shape through the haze. Another truck, this one closer to the center line. Same make, same color, same cab-only configuration. That second truck is what made me slow down. Something about it felt too coincidental. I edged my own vehicle to a stop beside it and killed the engine. The rain smacked the roof hard enough to make it feel like gravel. The fog swirled, thick and white. My headlights pushed against it, failing to illuminate the truck's interior. I waited a moment, listening. Nothing moved. Then my own engine sputtered. At first it sounded like a cough, then a dry mechanical hiccup, and finally a sudden stillness. I tried to restart it, but the ignition clicked uselessly. I tried again, and again. Each attempt ended with the same dead refusal. The dashboard lights dimmed, then faded entirely. I sat in the dark for several seconds, staring at my reflection in the windshield. I told myself moisture must have gotten into something essential, or maybe the alternator had chosen the worst possible time to quit. Logical explanations came easily to me. They always had. But the longer I waited, the more the fog pressed around my cab like it was trying to climb inside. I opened my door and stepped out into the rain. The cold hit me immediately, cutting through my jacket. The world outside smelled like wet leaves and rust. I walked toward the abandoned truck, thinking I could at least check whether it had a working radio or some clue about what had happened to its driver. As I approached, the shape of the cab grew clearer, the metal slick with water and streaked with grime. I grabbed the door handle and pulled it open. Inside, everything was silent. The seat was damp, as if the door had been left slightly cracked earlier, but there were no signs of struggle, no personal items, nothing to suggest who had driven it. I leaned in further, scanning the floor, the dashboard. That's when something clamped around my wrist. It felt like fingers, cold, rigid, but with no strength behind them, just an insistent grip. I jerked back, slamming my shoulder into the rain-soaked doorframe. My breath caught. The hand didn't pull, it simply held. I couldn't see anything inside the cab, except my arm vanishing into darkness. Every instinct told me to run, but disbelief held me still. My mind insisted there had to be a physical explanation. Maybe a piece of wire or debris had caught my sleeve. I forced myself to look closer. The hand tightened. This time there was no mistaking it. Skin, rigid yet soft enough to feel human. Fingers wrapping fully around my wrist. I yanked myself free and stumbled backward, hitting the wet asphalt hard. The truck door swung fully open as if something inside had pushed it. I scrambled to my feet. Rain poured down my face. My pulse hammered. The fog around me shifted with a strange, hesitant motion, retreating from the door of the truck as though something unseen had changed the air inside it. I backed away, turning toward my stalled vehicle. The radio inside had flickered back to life, crackling with a faint signal. That alone made me hurry. If the electrical systems were working again, I might be able to start the engine and get out of there. I climbed back into my seat, dripping water onto the upholstery. The interior smelled different now, faintly metallic. The radio hissed, then a voice cut through it. Weak, distant. A man's voice, strained, urgent. I didn't catch everything, but one line came through clearly, threading itself through the static like it had been meant only for me. A warning not to look behind me. The phrasing was plain. Not theatrical, not dramatic, just a simple instruction, half drowned by interference. Don't look behind you. My first reaction was disbelief, then fear, then a stubborn refusal to give in to either one. My hand hovered near the key. The voice faded, leaving only static. I thought if I could get the engine to turn over, whatever was happening could be chalked up to stress, or a prank, or atmospheric interference bouncing some distant signal into range. I took a breath and turned the key. The engine rolled weakly, failed, rolled again, failed. On the third attempt, it caught for half a second before dying completely. The dashboard went dark. I didn't look behind me, but I felt something shift in the air behind my seat, like someone had opened a door inside the cab that wasn't supposed to exist. A cold draft slid across the back of my neck. I froze. My hand remained on the ignition. Rain hammered the roof, drowning out everything except the thin rasp of my own breathing. I didn't move. I didn't blink. The warning on the radio clung to the back of my mind. Then she touched me. It wasn't violent, not a grab, just a hand settling lightly on my shoulder from behind. Cold enough to burn, light enough to feel intentional. I couldn't breathe for a moment. My vision blurred. A faint pressure traveled from my shoulder to the base of my neck, like she was steadying herself or trying to turn me towards something I wasn't supposed to see. I kept perfectly still. I didn't speak. I didn't turn. Her voice, when it came, wasn't a whisper. It felt too close for that, as if her mouth hovered just above my ear, but the sound had the texture of something far away, thin, frayed, like it had traveled a long distance through something dense and hostile. She told me to leave the road, not to return, not to seek explanations, not to investigate. A firm warning, spoken with the certainty of someone who had already seen what would happen if I stayed. The hand lifted from my shoulder. The air warmed by a fraction. The pressure in the cab eased. I waited several long seconds before moving. When I finally turned, there was no one there. The cab was empty. The rearview mirror showed only fog. rain, and the faint outline of the two abandoned trucks behind me. I tried the ignition again. This time, the engine started immediately. I didn't understand how or why. I didn't care. I shifted into gear, pressed the pedal, and the vehicle lurched forward. For the first few miles, I kept glancing at the mirrors despite myself, expecting to see her standing on the road behind me. But the fog swallowed everything. The trees blurred into each other. Eventually the rain thinned, and the sky took on the first pale hints of morning. By the time I reached the delivery site, my hands were still trembling. I told the supervisor only that I'd had engine trouble and needed the rest of the day off. I didn't mention the trucks, the hand, the warning, or the voice on the radio. I couldn't make myself say any of it out loud. I didn't go back to that route. Not that morning. Not ever. The company didn't force the issue. They needed drivers, but they had plenty of other routes to assign me. Ones with more traffic, more daylight, more normal problems, electrical failures, scheduling mistakes, weather delays, things I could explain without feeling like I was lying to myself. But something changed in me after that night. The skepticism never fully left, but it shrank, softened, bent under the weight of what I couldn't rationalize. Curiosity became something dangerous instead of harmless. I stopped prying into situations that didn't concern me. I stopped investigating shapes on the side of the road. I stopped imagining I could outthink whatever existed beyond the circle of my headlights. Sometimes on early morning drives in other parts of the Midwest, I'll catch a flicker of movement in the fog, or see an abandoned vehicle that looks too similar to the one I found that night. I don't stop. I don't slow down. I don't open doors that aren't mine to open. I remember the feeling of her hand on my shoulder, more than I remember her voice. The weight of it, the cold certainty, the quiet reminder that some boundaries are crossed only once, and some warnings are given only to those who refuse to believe until it's too late. I changed careers eventually. Still driving, but not long hauls. Not overnight routes, nothing that forces me onto isolated highways, swallowed by woods and weather. I tell people I wanted a more predictable schedule, a safer set of roads, more time at home. All of that is true, but the real reason is simpler. I know what waits out there on certain stretches of pavement when the fog is thick and the rain makes the trees lean a little too close. I know what happens when curiosity pushes someone to open a door that should have stayed shut. And I know the warning wasn't given to frighten me. It was given to spare me. That's all I'm willing to say about that night. I took the job because keeping my hands busy on the highway was the only way I knew to keep my mind from sliding back into the places I'd tried to bury. A simple long-haul run, the dispatcher said. No transfers, no inspections, no stops longer than necessary. I'd hauled delicate, classified, and high-value freight before, so the rules didn't surprise me. What did surprise me was the man waiting for me at the loading bay when I arrived. A tall figure in a dark suit, standing too still, watching me with a blank patience I recognized from grief counseling rooms. People who wait like that have rehearsed their losses. He didn't shake my hand. He only told me the departure time and the route. His voice steady in that careful way people get when choosing every word. He lingered when I checked the seals on the container. All three were industrial-grade bands, tagged and numbered, the kind used for evidence or biosecure transport. He reminded me that the seals were not to be broken under any circumstance. I told him I understood. Professional commitment, that was what people paid me for. That was what had kept me upright after everything else had fallen apart. I started the run a little after dawn. The sky was washed out, the kind of pale blue that looked fragile. The container rode steady behind me, a perfect rectangle of brushed steel. I'd hauled heavier loads, louder loads, hazardous materials that hummed or rattled, but this one rode silent. Too silent. I settled in for the long stretch of highway, telling myself that silence was good. Silence meant predictable. Silence meant nothing unexpected. By the second day, that silence had become something else. It began with a faint tapping, irregular like fingertips brushing the interior. I checked the mirrors, the gauges, the vibration in the wheel. The road was smooth. The freight was balanced. There was no reason for anything to shift. I told myself it could be thermal expansion, metal settling under temperature changes. It was a reasonable thought, the kind I clung to when my mind tried to drift into darker places. But the tapping wasn't rhythmic or mechanical. It paused when I listened too hard. It resumed when I looked away. I stopped at a rest area around midnight to stretch my legs and walk off the tension. The air was warm, with a thick, muffled quality that made the parking lot feel deserted, even though a few other trucks idled nearby. I circled my rig as I always did. The container looked unchanged, no dents, no scratches, no signs of movement inside. I leaned in close, listening. Nothing. The silence returned, but it felt like something holding its breath. When I crawled back into the cab, a whisper slid across the edge of hearing. Just a smear of sound, a memory of a voice. I told myself it was the wind. I left the rest stop before any part of me could entertain the possibility that it was more than that. The next day, the highway stretched straight and empty, a long corridor of sun-bleached asphalt. Heat haze shimmered in the distance, warping the road into liquid silver. The tapping didn't return, but something else did. I saw a figure far ahead at first, then closer. A woman standing on the shoulder, her dress fluttering in the dry wind. She looked like she was waiting for someone. I slowed, not because of her, but because for a moment I thought I recognized her silhouette, the shape of her shoulders, the way her hair caught the light. I didn't stop. When I passed her, the shoulder was empty. Hallucinations. I reminded myself. I knew the signs. Sleep deprivation, trauma triggers, long hours on the road. The mind replayed what it couldn't process. I opened the windows for fresh air. I turned on the radio to keep myself anchored, but static swallowed every station. It hissed like someone breathing too close to the receiver. I shut it off. Fog rolled in as the day slipped toward evening, thick and low, swallowing the world in gray. My headlights pushed only a few feet ahead, the beams flattening against the mist like it had weight. Sound behaved strangely inside it. The engine felt muted, the tires whisper quiet. The fog made the world smaller, and the smaller it got, the more my mind filled in the gaps with memories I tried not to revisit. I kept driving. That night I stopped at a small-town diner, the kind built decades ago and never updated, where the coffee tasted like burnt earth and the floor tiles were chipped around the edges. I sat at a corner booth facing the window so I could watch the truck. I didn't want to lose sight of that container. It had begun to feel like a pressure in the air, a closed mouth trying not to speak. A waitress refilled my cup without asking. She didn't comment on my appearance, though I knew I looked drawn, strained at the edges. She only mentioned that I seemed tired, her voice soft but not intrusive. I told her the highway had been rough. That was true enough. While I ate, a shape flickered in the reflection on the window behind me, just a blur like someone standing at my shoulder. I turned, but the booth was empty. The reflection remained faintly darker than it should have been, as though something stood where my eyes couldn't quite follow. I didn't stay long. The diner felt like a place meant for people passing through, not lingering. As I left, the waitress told me to take care on the road. It was the kind of thing people said all the time, but it hit a nerve. People used to tell me that after my daughter's accident, people who didn't know what else to say, who didn't understand that no amount of caution could shield you from the kind of loss that left a permanent echo in your chest. Back on the highway, the fog retreated, and the stars came out sharp, cold points in a clear desert sky. I drove through the night, pushing myself harder than I should have, because whenever I let myself slow down, the whispers started again, faint at first, then clearer, a voice threading through the hum of the tires, a voice shaped exactly like the one I'd heard reading bedtime stories years ago. Warm, patient, musical in a way only a child's voice could be. I gripped the wheel so tightly my fingers ached. I told myself the truth I had been told in therapy. Memories could mimic presence. Grief could project. The mind protected itself by trying to rewrite what couldn't be undone. That was all. That had to be all. The third day brought desert winds. They pushed at the truck in long, hard gusts, making the trailer sway. Dust clouds scoured the highway. Visibility dipped. The landscape around me stretched bare and colorless, broken only by thorny shrubs and the distant shimmer of rock formations. I could see for miles, which made the hallucinations worse, because sometimes I saw something moving alongside the truck, keeping pace with it though there was nothing solid for it to hide behind. A shadow, vaguely human, drifting just at the limit of vision. No face, no detail, just a presence. When I turned my head to catch it, it stopped. When I faced forward, it resumed. I refused to stop driving. Reaching the destination meant finishing the job. Finishing the job meant moving forward. Moving forward was the only thing that had kept me from buckling entirely after the accident. By late afternoon, a migraine pulsed behind my eyes. My thoughts were sluggish. My memories felt too close, pushing at the edges of the present. I reminded myself that I was still in control, still grounded, still following the rules. Then, for the first time, I heard something from the container that wasn't tapping. I heard my name. Not shouted, not whispered. Spoken in the exact tone my daughter used when she wanted my attention but wasn't sure she should interrupt. I pulled over hard, tires skidding on the shoulder. Dust billowed around the cab. I sat there with the engine idling, breathing through the panic rising in my throat. I told myself I had imagined it. I told myself the same thing I had told myself the day I had to identify her belongings at the hospital, that the mind filled in unbearable silence with what it missed. But denial had its limits, and I had reached mine. I climbed out of the cab and walked toward the trailer. My legs felt hollow. The container loomed, its steel surface reflecting the harsh sunlight in broken fragments. I pressed my hand against the cold metal. Nothing from inside, no voice, no movement, just the faint vibration of the engine. I checked the seals again. Intact, untouched, exactly as they should be. I told myself to get back in the truck, keep moving, finish the job. But the voice had been too clear, too real, too much like the last morning at home before everything changed. When I had been running late and she had stood in the hallway calling my name, asking if I would be back in time for her recital. I didn't answer her that morning. I told myself I would tell her later. I never got the chance. I drove through sunset with the sky breaking into deep reds and purples, the horizon glowing like a heated blade. The whispers returned. This time they weren't words, more like breathing, more like someone trying to speak but held back by something heavy. As darkness settled, the hallucination sharpened, shapes in the mirrors, movement in the corner of my eye. The shadow pacing me grew clearer. Arms, legs, a posture I recognized in a way that made my chest tighten. The figure didn't attack or threaten. It simply kept pace, reminding me it was there. By the time I reached the outskirts of the final destination, a remote warehouse surrounded by empty lots and flickering floodlights, I was shaking. The facility looked abandoned. The gravel lot was uneven, scattered with debris. The loading bay lights buzzed, struggling to stay lit. No personnel in sight, no vehicles, just an oppressive stillness that matched the weight settling inside me. I parked where the instructions indicated. When I stepped out, the desert night pressed in cold and sharp. The stars overhead felt too bright, like they were watching. The man in the dark suit emerged from the warehouse, as silent and composed as before. He approached me with the same expressionless calm. He asked if anything unusual had occurred during the journey. His tone made the question sound routine, but there was something beneath it, an undertone that suggested he already knew the answer. I told him I needed a moment before signing the delivery forms. He nodded, stepping back, giving me space while keeping me within his line of sight. I walked to the container. The whispers had stopped. The shadow no longer paced me. Everything was quiet, too quiet. I stared at the seals. My hands trembled. I knew the rules. Breaking the seals was a breach of contract. Breaking the seals was the one thing I had been told never to do, but the silence inside that container felt intentional, like something waiting for me to act. I reached for the first seal. My fingers hesitated. I told myself I was imagining everything hallucinations from fatigue and grief, but I also knew that some choices were inescapable, that some truths forced themselves to the surface no matter how deeply you tried to bury them. I broke the first seal. The snap echoed across the loading bay. The man in the suit didn't move. I broke the next, then the last. The doors released with a groan. Cold air spilled out, carrying a sterile metallic smell. Inside, the container looked empty at first, just a single crate bolted to the floor. A crate exactly the size of a memory I had tried to outrun. I stepped inside. The crate's lid was secured with simple latches. My hands moved automatically, lifting them one by one. When the lid opened, the breath left my lungs. Inside were personal effects. Not hers, but close enough to strike with the same force. A child's backpack, a pair of small shoes, a photo of a father and daughter at a park, their arms around each other, frozen in a moment of uncomplicated happiness. A moment that looked painfully like the last day I believed the world was safe. At the bottom lay a folded note. My name on the front. I opened it. The handwriting wasn't hers. It was too controlled, too precise. The message was simple. A choice continue collapsing under grief until nothing remained of me, or acknowledge the weight I'd carried and decide to live despite it. A choice to open the container or leave it sealed. A choice to face what haunted me, or spend the rest of my life circling it at a distance. The crate hadn't summoned voices. The whispering figure hadn't been a ghost. The hallucinations had been my own mind, breaking under pressure until it forced me to see what I refused to confront. The load had been a mirror, one I had been running from for years. I stood there for a long time, breathing the cold air, letting the truth settle. The man in the suit still waited outside. He didn't rush me. He didn't judge. He was only there to administer the terms. When I finally stepped out of the container, he nodded, as if acknowledging a decision he had anticipated. He offered me the final paperwork. I signed it with steady hands. I didn't ask questions. Neither did he. When I climbed back into my truck, the cab felt lighter. The silence felt like actual silence, not something crouching in the dark corners of memory. The highway ahead looked open instead of endless. As I pulled away from the warehouse, the sky was just beginning to lighten at the edges. Dawn again, a clean horizon, a road I could move forward on without running from shadows. For the first time in a long time, the voice in my head wasn't a whisper from the past. It was my own, steady and clear, reminding me that I had made a choice to carry the memory, not be crushed by it. The desert opened before me, wide and empty, waiting for whatever came next. I'd been on the interstate since sunset, chasing the long white lines until my eyes started to ache. Around the time the sky slipped from black to that washed-out pre-dawn gray, the fatigue finally hit me hard enough that I knew I had to pull off. There wasn't much around, just a deserted exit with a busted old gas station hunched beside the road. The place looked long dead, but the lot was flat and empty, and I figured I could grab a few minutes to clear my head. I eased the truck into a corner of the cracked pavement, set the brake and stepped out into the cold morning air. My boots scraped on loose gravel as I stretched and tried to shake the heaviness out of my limbs. I remember thinking how quiet it was, too quiet for a place that once served travelers like me. That stillness held me for a moment, as if the empty station was watching, and I felt a faint shiver at the back of my neck. The building had no lights left in it, just broken windows and a crooked metal sign that tapped in the breeze. I should have climbed into the sleeper and rested, but the restless edge that fatigue brings sometimes made me wander. I went toward the storefront, stepping around weeds that had split the concrete. When I pushed on the door, it didn't resist. It drifted inward on its hinges, like it was relieved to have company. Inside, the air smelled stale, as if it had been sealed for years. A few empty aisles stood like ribs in a carcass. I remember brushing my hand over a dusty counter and hearing a clatter in the back room, sharp enough to snap me upright. At first I told myself it was just metal shifting in the temperature drop, but something about the rhythm of it wasn't a single sound but two, then silence, then another faint scrape. My pulse kicked up. I stepped backward toward the doorway, keeping my eyes on the dark back corner where the noise had come from. A second sound followed, more subtle, a soft creak, like a door gently pushed open. The daylight hadn't fully arrived yet, and the shadows inside seemed to breathe. I didn't wait around to find out what was moving back there. I edged outside, letting the cold air settle over me, while my thoughts gathered into something that felt clearer than the exhaustion I'd carried in. The truck sat alone in the lot, framed by the pale horizon. For a moment, nothing seemed out of place, but as I approached, I saw a faint shift in the curtain of the sleeper. Just a ripple, but enough to freeze me mid-step. Nobody should have been in that cab. I always locked up, always checked twice. My mind went through every possibility misremembered lock. An animal somehow slipping through. Even the idea that the wind had caught the curtain. None of it truly fit. A second ripple cut through those excuses. Slower but deliberate, as if someone inside didn't know I was watching. I kept my distance and moved along the driver's side, avoiding the beam of the interior dome light that glowed faintly through the sleeper window. The lot stayed silent except for a single gust brushing broken glass against the curb. I angled myself so I could see into the cab without getting too close. Something was definitely shifting behind the curtain. The fabric bowed outward for a moment and then fell still, as though someone had pressed a shoulder against it and eased back. A sensation crept through me. My space had been breached, my only shelter on the road taken over without me noticing. That violation cut deeper than the fear. I felt exposed in a way I hadn't before. I backed away, circling toward the front bumper. Every instinct told me to get to safety, to not confront whoever was inside. My keys were in my pocket, and the thought of unlocking the door made my hands go unsteady. I scanned the lot, hoping a passerby might be pulling off the highway, but there was nothing except my truck and the skeleton of the old station. When I checked again, the curtain shifted once more. Only this time I caught a glimpse, a knee or elbow silhouetted against the dim cab light. And it wasn't just one figure. Movement overlapped in a subtle, crowded way, like three bodies trying to stay low in a space meant for one. I stepped back toward the abandoned building, using its wall as cover while I pulled out my phone. As I pressed it to wake the screen, another sound reached me, metal clicking from the cab. It was soft but unmistakable, the kind of sound I'd heard too many times at truck stops where trouble sat one row over. Even from several yards away, it tightened my breathing. That was enough to push the decision forward. I called for help, keeping my voice low as I reported what I'd seen and where I was. The dispatcher told me to stay clear of the vehicle and wait for officers to arrive. I slid down against the wall of the station, keeping my eyes on the truck while staying out of sight. Minutes stretched with slow precision. The faint breeze lifted dust from the lot and pushed it in thin waves toward the highway. I watched the cab, expecting the door to burst open at any moment, but it stayed closed. At one point, I thought I heard a whisper from inside, short and tense, but it could have been the wind pushing through the broken windows of the station. The ambiguity made everything worse. I kept picturing the unseen individuals crouched in my sleeper, waiting for me to return so they could force a confrontation. My truck felt miles away even though it sat in plain sight. Eventually, the distant pulse of sirens rose over the quiet. I moved to the corner of the building and waved as a cruiser rolled into the lot. The officer stepped out with practiced calm, and I pointed toward the cab without saying much. They approached in a measured way, hands ready, voices firm but level as they called for the people inside to show themselves. The response came slow. The sleeper curtain twitched again, then fell still. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the passenger door opened just a crack. 3 figures climbed out, one after another, each of them thinner than I expected. Their clothes were layered and worn, the kind of fabric that tells you someone has been sleeping under overpasses and behind dumpsters for too long. They kept their hands visible. One of the officers ordered them to stand back, and as they complied, I saw the glint of a weapon tucked into a jacket pocket. The officer closest to them noticed it at the same instant and moved with sharp efficiency. Within seconds, the weapon was secured, and the 3 men were lined up near the cruiser. I stayed back, letting the officers take control of the scene. They asked only a few questions: how long I'd been parked, whether I'd approached the cab before noticing the movement, if I'd seen any sign of forced entry. I answered as plainly as I could. The officers explained that the individuals had slipped into the cab while I was inside the abandoned building. If I had returned and opened the door without noticing them, things could have turned far worse. I didn't need the reminder. The thought had already stuck hard in my chest. The sky finally pushed itself into full daylight as the officers finished their work. They told me I could follow them back to the station to file a statement, and I agreed. When I climbed into the driver's seat, I paused before pulling the curtain aside. The sleeper felt different now, as though the air inside still remembered the weight of those men. The blankets were rumpled in ways I hadn't left them. My duffel had been nudged open. That quiet violation lingered more strongly than anything that had happened outside. I closed the curtain again rather than look any deeper. Driving behind the cruiser, I replayed the sequence of choices that had led me there. The fatigue that pushed me off the road, the abandoned building that pulled my curiosity, the sounds I'd heard inside, and the faint movement in my own truck that finally shattered the illusion of safety I'd built up over years of driving. The highway unfurled in front of me, the same as always, but I felt as if the world had shifted half an inch out of alignment. Not enough to explain outright, just enough to leave a tension in the ordinary things I'd once trusted. At the station, I parked beside a row of patrol cars and followed an officer inside. The building smelled of coffee and old paperwork. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead. The place was the opposite of that abandoned gas station. Bright, occupied, safe. But the contrast made me feel strangely hollow. I answered their questions, signed what needed signing, and waited while they processed the 3 men. From where I sat, I could hear their muted voices down the hall, but the words didn't carry clearly. Something about that distance made the whole encounter feel surreal, as if it had already drifted into memory. When they finally released me, the sun had climbed high enough to warm the pavement. I walked back to my truck and rested my hand on the door. Inside, everything looked like it had before, but I knew better. The sense of intrusion stayed with me, an invisible bruise on the space I relied on more than any home. I sat in the driver's seat listening to the engine idle, trying to settle myself before getting back on the highway. As I pulled away from the station, I checked the mirrors out of habit. The road ahead was open, the sky clear, but the emptiness of that old gas station replayed in the corner of my mind. The clatter in the dark room, the open door, the shifting curtain, all small moments that pointed towards something, waiting in the quiet places we trust too much. I drove on, feeling each mile stretch out like a buffer between me and what had happened. But the memory stayed close, just beneath the surface, like a shape moving behind a thin curtain. I had been on the road long enough to think I understood the texture of the Mojave at night. There's a rhythm to that kind of emptiness, long black stretches, the soft hum of tires on sunburned asphalt, the dull glow of a dashboard clock marking out the last hour before sunrise. I'd run this route more times than I could count, and it never rattled me. If anything, the stillness felt like company. But that morning, just before the horizon started hinting at daylight, the silence changed. It tightened. I didn't notice it at first. I only remember catching a faint smear of red on the road ahead, something that didn't match the rest of the darkness. The shape wasn't moving, and that was what made me ease off the throttle. Out here, anything that stops without a reason draws the eye, and this thing was dead center in the lane, forcing me to decide whether to swerve around it or slow down and understand why it was there at all. I braked until my rig idled at a crawl. The red shape resolved into a car, a Ford Fusion, maybe 5 or 6 years old, with its hazard lights clicking against the night. The car's passenger door hung open, as if someone had climbed out in a hurry. The engine was running, exhaust curled into the cool air. There wasn't a soul around it, no footprints that I could see, no movement in the sagebrush. Just a working car left in the middle of the highway like the driver had evaporated between one breath and the next. I've been doing this long enough to know when something's wrong, and everything about that picture told me to keep rolling. But I'm a curious man by nature, and I don't like leaving questions unanswered on a road thousands of miles from home. I slowed to a stop on the shoulder and killed my lights. The quiet hit so hard my ears rang. I stepped down, boots crunching on the gravel as the desert pressed in around me. Somewhere in the distance, a coyote barked once, but even that sounded cautious. The Fusion's interior light threw a pale square of glow onto the pavement. The keys were still in the ignition. The engine ran steady. I remember thinking how warm that idling hum sounded, in contrast to the cold air. I approached from the driver's side, keeping my body angled so I could see both the cabin and the desert behind me. A lot can hide in the dark out here, and I wasn't in the mood to be surprised. The driver's seat was empty. There was a phone mount on the dash, but no phone in it. A cup of coffee sat in the center holder, steam faintly rising. Whoever had been here had left within minutes, maybe seconds. I bent down to look closer. A jacket lay half crumpled on the passenger seat, sleeves twisted as though someone had pulled it off quickly. The cabin didn't smell like anything alarming, just coffee, warm air, and that faint plasticky scent of a car interior. That should have settled me. Instead, something about the open door pulled at me. It didn't look like the door of someone who'd stepped out thoughtfully. It looked like the door of someone who'd fled. I swept my flashlight across the road's edge, checking for movement. The beam stretched out across gravel flats and scrub. Nothing stirred, no wind, no blowing dust, just that thick desert quiet that felt like it was listening to me breathe. I circled around to the front of the car. No signs of a collision, no skid marks. The thing was parked neatly, almost politely, right down the center line. The longer I stared at it, the more that perfect placement unsettled me. I imagined the driver cruising along, slowing down, stopping deliberately, shutting off the headlights but leaving the engine running, then opening the passenger door and stepping out into the dark. Why the passenger door? Why that side, facing away from the desert highway and toward nothing but empty dirt? I tried to tell myself it didn't matter. People do strange things under stress. Maybe he'd gotten sick. Maybe he'd chased something his brain convinced him was important. But none of those thoughts sat comfortably. I glanced back at my truck, a familiar silhouette against the starlight, and felt that tug of self-preservation, telling me to get back inside and call this in from somewhere brighter and safer. But then I noticed the storage compartment on the Fusion's rear quarter panel, its small key latch glinting in the beam of my light. I wouldn't normally care about a trunk, but something nudged me. Maybe it was the fact that the jacket inside looked like the kind you'd need out here at night. Maybe it was how the coffee still steamed. Something told me whatever had happened fast. And recently, if the person was hurt, they could be close. And I couldn't just climb back into my cab knowing someone might be sprawled out there in the dark. I walked to the rear of the car and palmed the cold metal of the trunk. My hand hesitated on the latch. That was when the desert quiet folded in tighter, like the air itself braced. I listened hard, but I heard nothing. No breath, no scrape, no step, just the hum of the engine and the faint tick of cooling metal from my own truck behind me. Still, something about the silence felt wrong. Not empty, watching. I shook my head, grounding myself. Fear plays tricks, and I wasn't about to let shadows push me around. I popped the trunk. At first glance, it looked empty, just the thin carpet lining and a spare tire. Well, I leaned in further, letting my light sweep from corner to corner. The beam landed on a small smear along the inside lip. Dust disturbed in a straight line. Not a stain, not something violent, just displaced desert powder, as if something had been dragged across that edge recently, or someone. The idea stiffened my spine, and I pulled back to scan the road, then the desert. My flashlight hit nothing but distance. I told myself the smear could have come from luggage or tools, anything mundane. It was reasonable, it was normal, but my heartbeat didn't buy it. I checked the car plates and made a mental note to radio the sheriff's office once I got back in my cab. Before turning away, I scanned the immediate area again. This time I pushed the beam farther, deeper into the brush off the road. I wasn't expecting to see anything, but the light caught on something pale several yards out, a flick of brightness against the dark. I froze, narrowing the beam until the shape clarified. It was fabric thin, rippling slightly, as if hung on a low branch. I moved toward it, noting how the ground shifted from gravel to softer sand. The fabric turned out to be a torn scrap of paper, or maybe part of a map, snagged on the branch by nothing more dramatic than wind. Harmless. But the fact that I'd seen it at all made me more aware of how much could hide out here without leaving a mark. I turned back toward the fusion. The car idled softly, looking almost domestic under the early hint of dawn. Normality wrapped around abnormality in a way that made my thoughts feel out of sync. I gave the area one last sweep and crouched to check beneath the vehicle. Nothing. No sign of anyone hiding or hurt. I walked around again, slower this time, letting the quiet settle with every step. My breath fogged faintly. The dark sky eased into a thin gray along the eastern ridge. The promise of daylight barely there. A practical part of me knew I'd done enough. I wasn't law enforcement. I wasn't a medic. I was just a trucker who'd stumbled across someone else's mystery. Still, I hesitated before walking back to my rig. Something in me didn't trust turning my back on that open passenger door. It felt like an unfinished sentence hanging in the desert air, but I forced myself to head toward my truck anyway. Each step felt too loud in the stillness. When I reached my cab, I opened the door, one foot on the step, and looked over my shoulder at the fusion. The hazards blinked steady as a heartbeat. On, off, on, off. The rhythm dug under my skin. I climbed inside and eased the door shut. The cab suddenly feeling too small, the windshield too thin. The engine rumbled as I turned the key, a welcome noise filling the space. I waited a moment, watching the fusion through the glass. Nothing changed, no movement. No figure emerging from the dark scrub. No explanation stepping forward to make sense of the scene. Just the steady blink of those lights, marking time in a place where time barely seemed to exist. I reached for the radio mic. My hand hovered there. Some part of me wanted to give the sheriff's office every detail, get it off my conscience. Another part hesitated, an instinctive sense that I was missing something I should have seen or heard. But instincts don't hold up against responsibility. I keyed the mic and relayed the facts. Abandoned car, engine running, no driver in sight. They told me someone would check it out. Their calm voices felt too normal for the weight pressing on my chest. But maybe that was just the aftertaste of adrenaline. I put the truck in gear and rolled forward slowly, passing the fusion on my left. I glanced through the open door as I went by. The interior light caught my side mirror for a second, throwing a slice of brightness across my cab. Then it was gone. The car slipped behind me, swallowed by the desert's early morning dim. The road ahead stretched clean and empty, but I kept checking my mirrors until the fusion's lights vanished behind a rise. The sky brightened by degrees, washing the blackness into blue. The new light should have eased the tension in my shoulders, but it didn't. Even as the sun finally broke over the hills, the quiet from that stretch of road stayed with me. The thick, listening kind that doesn't let go just because you've put miles between you and whatever caused it. I drove on, watching the shadows shrink and the desert wake. But the picture of that running car in the middle of a dead-still highway never softened. It stayed sharp, like something unfinished, waiting for the rest of the story to surface. I've replayed that morning more times than I'd admit. I've been back through that stretch of highway too, and nothing about it looks different. No marks on the asphalt, no strange debris, just the same old Mojave wide open and indifferent. Maybe that's the part that sticks with me the most, the way the world can hold something inexplicable for a moment, and then erase every trace of it. The sheriff's office later told me the fusion was gone when they arrived. They didn't have much else to say, no registered owner on file, no tow report, nothing that made sense, like the car had never been there in the first place. But I know what I saw. I know what I felt standing beside it. The way the air pressed in. The way the silence shifted around me. I know how real it was when I opened that trunk and found nothing but the echo of something that had already slipped away. And I know that sometimes the desert holds its answers tight, keeping them just out of reach, letting you walk away with only the questions. I still drive that route. I still consider myself a fearless guy. But every time I pass that mile marker in the last hour before sunrise, I feel the same tug in my chest, the same awareness of how quickly something ordinary can turn wrong. I keep my eyes on the shoulders, watch the road more carefully than I used to, not because I expect to see that fusion again, but because part of me can't shake the sense that the story didn't end when I drove off. It hovered there, in the dark behind me, unfinished. And sometimes when the night is still enough, I swear I can feel that same silence settle over the cab. I noticed the first sign in a way I'd trained myself never to overlook. After decades of long-haul work through the Appalachian corridor, I'd developed a habit of tracking fuel levels the way some folks track their own pulse. The slightest discrepancy usually meant something mechanical or environmental was shifting under me. But that night, rolling east along the mountain highway before sunrise, the gauge was slipping at a rate I'd never seen. It moved as if some hidden weight were dragging the truck backward. The air was still, the pavement dry, the temperature steady. Nothing explained the drain. I kept my eyes on the shoulder markers, listening for the familiar rhythm of the engine, trying to convince myself the change was just a bad sensor. The road curved into a narrow pass where the guardrails vanished into darkness over a steep drop. I eased off the accelerator, letting the rig settle. That should have leveled my fuel line. Instead, the indicator dipped harder, like a silent hand had tightened around the tank. I didn't say anything out loud. I just tightened my grip on the wheel. I'd run this route for years with a spotless record. I trusted my instincts. And something about that descent didn't feel mechanical at all. A few minutes later, I heard the sound. It rose behind the hum of the tires. Faint at first, too precisely timed to be wind. I recognized every usual rattle, every loose bracket these trucks could throw at me. But this wasn't familiar. It fell into step with the drivetrain, matching each shift with exact precision, almost like a second engine layered on top of mine. No vibration, no warning light, just that synchronized, unidentifiable churning rising up through the floor. Every time I downshifted, the sound followed an instant later. Not before, not after. It trailed me with a perfect mechanical shadow. I tried the simplest checks. Lights, cabin switches, brake feel, searching for anything that might reveal a failing system. Everything responded cleanly. Nothing hinted at the sound that seemed to grow bolder as I climbed into the next ridge. When it finally hit, the failure wasn't gradual. It felt like someone had yanked every circuit out of the truck at once. Headlights blinked out in the same second the dashboard went dark. The steering locked for a breath before coming loose again. The engine cut off mid-rotation. I felt the full weight of the rig drifting on momentum alone, rolling into the darkness with no guidance but gravity. There was no warning smell, no shudder, no heat spike, just a total impossible collapse as the sound around me swelled into a full-body vibration. I worked the wheel, using the faint moonlit shoulder to keep from crossing into the drop. When the truck finally coasted to a stop, the silence hit like a physical blow. The mechanical echo vanished, the instant the vehicle settled, as if it had only existed while the machine was alive. My hands were shaking, but not from panic, from the wrongness of it. I'd seen engines die. I'd seen electronics fail. Nothing had ever come back without a trace. I sat there for half a minute, letting my eyes adjust. The cab felt too quiet, the kind of quiet that made you aware of every shift in your own breathing. I reached for the radio to call dispatch, but the unit was dead. Even the cabin clock had reset. I climbed down to check the exterior, expecting burnt wiring, coolant leak, anything that could anchor the event to reality. The air was cold and still. The engine compartment was cool enough to touch. Nothing smelled scorched. Nothing dripped. And then, without me touching a single control, The dash lights blinked back on inside the cab. Not one by one, all at once. I stepped backward, boots crunching gravel, watching through the windshield as the systems lit up in unison. The truck's diagnostics cycled. The engine turned over cleanly. No cough. No sputter. It started like it had never died. When I climbed back in, the gauges looked normal. Fuel usage had returned to its expected rate, almost mockingly textbook, but the numbers from earlier, impossible as they were still etched in my memory. I drove slow the rest of the way to the terminal, listening for any trace of that secondary rhythm. Nothing followed me. By the time I rolled into the lot, the truck behaved like a brand new machine. Protocol required. I report the failure. A technical inspection team met me before dawn. Notebooks in hand, scanning tools ready. They were professionals, the kind who didn't entertain ghost stories or mechanical fantasies. I gave them the objective sequence: fuel drop, synchronized sound, total failure, full recovery. I stripped the account of any guesswork. They logged every word. Hours passed while they checked the systems: electrical, fuel delivery, transmission, brake controls, sensors, data logs. They found nothing, not a single anomaly. According to their readouts, the truck hadn't suffered any system collapse at all. They ran the diagnostics twice more, to be sure, swapping scanners and checking cables. Each report came back the same: no faults detected. A representative from the highway patrol showed up next. Standard procedure whenever a commercial rig loses power on a mountain stretch. He questioned me in the garage, his voice low enough that other drivers wouldn't overhear. I described the sound again, careful to stick to what I'd actually sensed. He wrote it down without expression, though I could tell he didn't like the inconsistency. When he asked where the failure happened, I showed him the exact turnoff on the map. His pen paused for a fraction of a second. He didn't comment, but he marked the location with more pressure than needed. Before leaving, he told me, flat, non-committal, that there had been other reports in that region involving sudden but unverified mechanical irregularities. Nothing substantiated, nothing with evidence, nothing they could classify, just operators describing events that evaporated under inspection. Another technician approached me after the patrol officer stepped out. He kept his tone professional, but he admitted they'd encountered a few outliers in the past year. Cases where vehicles behaved outside normal parameters, with no diagnostic footprint. He didn't elaborate. I didn't push. These weren't men who entertained the irrational. The fact that they said anything at all unsettled me more than the breakdown. They filed the incident under unverified mechanical event. Investigation inconclusive. Operator reliable. Equipment functioning. No corrective action required. I signed the paperwork with a steady hand that didn't feel like mine. For the next few days, I avoided that stretch of highway. I'd been driving long enough to know when a place didn't want to be passed through at night. But eventually, a dispatch assignment forced me back in that direction. I took a different approach, timing my drive for later morning, keeping the sun behind me for most of the climb. The same trees, the same ridges, the same guardrails leaned over, the same steep dark, but the air felt colder than the weather justified. My engine sounded normal. My gauges behaved. The fuel usage stayed steady. Nothing out of place. Even so, the moment I reached the mile marker where everything had gone silent, the cab felt tighter. The road noise dimmed. I didn't hear the sound again, but I felt the memory of it in the steering column, like a vibration that wasn't physically present but lived somewhere in my nerves. I kept both hands on the wheel until the pass opened into lower ground. I didn't share that second trip in my follow-up logs. There was nothing objective to report. Just unease. Just the sense that whatever happened wasn't tied to a broken part or a frayed wire. It was tied to motion itself, to the moment the machine was alive and carrying weight through that particular stretch of mountain. A few weeks later, another driver mentioned losing radio contact along the same ridge. No failure, no sound, just a sudden blankness that resolved itself once he cleared the pass. He reported it as routine interference. That kind of thing happened out there. But he looked at me a little too long when he said it. as if wondering whether his experience belonged in the same category as mine. I still take that highway sometimes, but only during daylight. I avoid the hours when the mountains seem to breathe heavier. I monitor the gauges with a caution that borders on superstition, even though I know better than to let fear dictate my routine. The inspection documents remain in my file, proof that something happened, even if nobody can explain what. Some nights I replay the moment everything died, the feeling of the rig drifting silent through the dark, the synchronized sound evaporating the instant the engine stopped. I try to pin the memory to something rational, something with bolts or circuits or fuel pressure, but there's nothing to attach it to, just a blank spot in the record where a mechanical truth should be. And whenever I pass that mile marker, I keep my foot steady on the accelerator and remind myself not to listen too closely, because sometimes the absence of a sound is worse than the sound itself, and the road feels like it's waiting for the moment a machine comes alive enough to hear it again. The first thing that struck me that night was how the mountains seemed to swallow the sound of my engine. Usually the grades along that stretch of the Appalachians threw the noise back at me in layers, but around that closed way station the air felt padded, like fresh snow without the snow. I was running light, making good time, and following every regulation to the letter. That was my shield against surprises on the road. I relied on procedures, posted hours, mandated stops. They made sense of the dark. They kept the job predictable. The sign for the station glowed with the familiar green, the arrow lit, the message board flashing open. I remember checking the clock on my dash, thinking it was odd at that hour, but the requirement was clear. If it read open, I pulled in. No exceptions. I eased off the highway and into the access lane, the tires humming over the rumble strip as if reminding me of the rules I lived by. The building looked active enough, lights in the windows, a silhouette moving past the glass, but no other trucks sat in the lot. No taillights pulling out, just me rolling under the sodium lamps, their yellow haze falling flat on the concrete like dried out paper. Inside the drive-through bay, a figure stepped into view. The uniform looked official. Crisp shirt, reflective patches, the kind of outfit you could spot from a distance on any inspection site. He held a clipboard angled toward the ground, as if he'd been expecting me, rather than waiting to see who turned the corner. I slowed to a crawl. My tires crossed the scale plates. He lifted a hand, and that simple motion felt too rehearsed, too specifically timed to the speed of my truck. When he walked up to my door, something about the way he carried himself made the hairs rise along my arms. Not because he seemed threatening, he didn't, but because he moved with the quiet confidence of someone who already understood every part of the situation. I rolled down my window. He didn't introduce himself. He didn't ask where I'd come from. Instead, he told me, in the same measured tone someone might use to confirm the weather, that my dispatcher would reroute me after my next fuel stop because of a landslide blocking the southbound lane ahead. At that moment, there was no landslide. The sky was clear. My route had been stable for days. I opened my mouth to ask how he'd know anything about my dispatcher's internal calls, but he continued as if reading down a list I couldn't see. He mentioned the exact minute my next rest break would happen, an exact figure I hadn't even settled on yet. He told me what I'd find on a particular turnout farther along the ridge, how a certain sedan would be abandoned there, hood warm, no driver in sight. He spoke like these were items on an itinerary I'd forgotten I'd agreed to. I remember gripping the wheel hard enough to make the textured surface press patterns into my palms. He shifted then, not in posture but in the precision of his statements. He noted things no stranger should know. A service record item from 2 years earlier. A habit I had of checking my temperature gauge even when it sat steady. The detail that I kept my logbook on the passenger seat rather than in the overhead slot, because I liked it close at hand. None of it was harmful on its own, but together it felt like a slow tightening. I tried to anchor myself in procedure, ask for identification, verify his credentials canon, but before I could speak he raised the clipboard. The badge clipped to it looked official enough at first glance, so I took it as legitimate and didn't press further. That's the part I keep replaying. How quickly I accepted it. How neatly he anticipated the threshold where I'd stop questioning. He motioned for me to pull forward to the exit lane of the station, and I followed, because that was the expected next step. The building behind me hummed with fluorescent lighting as I eased toward the far gate. When I looked back through my mirror, he was still standing under the same lamp, still facing me, still holding the clipboard at that same exact angle. The gate opened without me seeing any switch thrown. I drove out to the access road, shook the tension out of my shoulders, and merged back onto the highway. The real unease didn't start until 10 minutes later. My dispatcher called with a sudden reroute, saying a landslide had been reported just ahead of my original path. The timing matched what the man had said almost to the minute. My first instinct was to chalk it up to coincidence, or to assume some kind of advanced notification system had beat the public alerts. But the certainty of his tone came back to me, and my stomach sank. When I tried to tell the dispatcher I'd just spoken with someone at the way station, there was a pause long enough to make the highway feel even emptier. Finally, he told me that facility had been closed for weeks. Renovations, staffing shortage. Absolutely no one should have been working there. I kept driving. The radio stayed quiet after that. The mountains curved in long sweeps, and the shadows felt thicker, as if the ridgelines themselves wanted to swallow whatever I'd seen. My headlights cut a narrow wedge through the dark. I tried to focus on what I could verify. The road, my speed, the next safe turnout, but I couldn't push the memory of that man's voice out of my head. The flat calm of it, the way it bypassed normal conversation and went straight to what would happen, as though everything ahead was already fixed. When I reached the turnout he had mentioned, I slowed despite myself. The spot was obscured by a bend in the mountain wall, a pull-off with enough space for 1 or 2 vehicles at most. My headlights brushed across it, and there it was, a sedan, dark-colored hood still giving off a faint shimmer in the cold air. No driver, no hazards, no note, just a vehicle left sitting, like someone had stepped out and dissolved into the night air. I didn't stop. I kept my wheels pointed toward the center line and let the truck climb the grade. My breath stayed shallow for the next mile. What rattled me most wasn't the accuracy of the predictions. It was the sense that nothing about the encounter had been improvised. I couldn't shake the impression that he hadn't been warning me so much as reciting a sequence he knew I'd follow, that he'd been waiting for my arrival at that specific minute. Not because I was the first truck through, but because he knew I'd be the only one. By the time I reached my fuel stop, the landslide had hit the traffic reports. Twisted guardrails, mud across both lanes, a long detour forming. I stood there filling my tank under the canopy lights, half expecting someone in another uniform to step around the pump and resume the conversation. But no one came. The night remained ordinary, almost painfully so, as if the world had snapped back into place and wanted me to forget the edge it had shown me. When I completed my delivery hours later, 2 law enforcement vehicles and an investigator from the state office were waiting near the dock. They flagged me down before I could even unhook the trailer. I thought maybe it was a routine follow-up on the landslide, but they started asking about the way station. Had I entered it? Had I interacted with anybody? Did I have the badge number? The officer in charge made it clear. The station's security logs showed no staff on site, no access used, no activity. Their cameras were down for maintenance. They wanted to know how I'd seen lights on, how the sign had read open, how someone in uniform had met me out there at that hour. I tried to give them every detail I could remember, the positioning of the clipboard, the uniform patches, the way the lights had looked on the windows, but the more I talked, the more their expressions shifted from procedural to unsettled. One officer asked if I could describe the man's face. I opened my mouth, but the memory wavered. I could recall the shape of his stance, the tone of his voice, the exact phrasing of each prediction, but his features blurred when I tried to pin them down. It was as though my mind had recorded the moment, by everything except appearance. They exchanged looks I didn't like. They took my statement anyway. When I finished unloading, they had more questions waiting, mostly about the impossibility of the predictions. about who else could have known those things. I told them the truth, plain as I could. I didn't know. The dispatcher confirmed the reroute timing. Another driver later confirmed seeing the abandoned sedan. The investigators checked the facility's front gate and found it locked from the outside, the power disconnected. It shouldn't have been lit. It shouldn't have displayed open. Nothing about it should have functioned at all. For the next few days, calls came in from various offices wanting clarification. Each time, the focus circled back to the same points: unauthorized presence, unregistered uniform, invalid credentials. They wanted to know why I hadn't suspected anything, why I hadn't insisted on verification. I kept thinking about how calm he'd been, how precisely he'd spoken, how he'd managed to use just the right details to override my instincts. I followed the rules because he sounded like someone who lived inside those rules, someone who enforced them. Even now, what stays with me isn't fear so much as the sensation of being observed. Long before I arrived, not watched in the way of a camera or a patrol car, but known, like every routine I'd built, every safe habit, every regulation I relied on, had been read and rehearsed by someone who didn't belong anywhere near that facility. Someone who understood exactly how far to press before I'd fall in line. Someone who walked out of a closed station as if he had been waiting there for me alone. I still drive that route on occasion. I still follow every rule, every posted sign, every required stop. But I no longer trust the comfort in those routines. Every time I pass the old station, I see the dark windows and the dead lights, and feel the echo of that night, the sense that a gap can open in the familiar without warning, letting something step through that shouldn't exist on either side of it. Sometimes when the signal boards flicker in the distance, I catch myself slowing down, half expecting the open sign to glow again, half expecting a figure to be standing under the bay lights, holding a clipboard at that uncanny angle, waiting for me to roll in and hear what will happen next. I don't know why I still take assignments like that night. Habit, maybe, or the kind of professional pride that hardens into something heavier when you've been driving long enough. I had promised myself I wouldn't run the mountain road again in winter. The company had banned it after too many near misses, but the dispatcher caught me at the end of a long shift, saying there was a time-critical haul sitting on the dock with no one else available. I didn't say yes so much as I stopped resisting. I told myself it was just another load. I told myself the route was only discouraged, not truly forbidden. I told myself the forecasted snow wouldn't hit until after I was across the ridge, but the wind had already started pressing against the trailer as I rolled out of the yard, and by the time I reached the foothills, the first flakes were already drifting across the asphalt like loose ash. I had to keep my speed low. The pavement wasn't coated yet, but I felt the first hints of slip when I eased into the incline. The whole road seemed to sweat beneath the storm. I leaned forward in the cab, staring at the faint line of reflective posts that led into the curves, each one fluttering behind sheets of blowing powder. My wipers couldn't keep up. Every few minutes I slapped the dash and forced them to clear again, carving out a warped glimpse of the world ahead. I kept thinking about the deadline. I kept thinking about the money. Mostly I kept thinking about how I shouldn't be out there at all. My radio crackled with the dispatcher's voice, tinny and burdened. His update was short, just a reminder that the receiving dock would close if I missed the window. But underneath his words, I heard the strain in his breathing. He knew I wasn't supposed to be up there. He also knew I wasn't the type to turn back after agreeing to something. That trait had carried me farther in the industry than talent ever did, and it had carried me straight into more danger than I liked to admit. The snow thickened, spinning hard enough to make the headlights feel dimmer. I remember tightening my grip on the wheel as a gust swept across the cliffside. The trailer lurched, the tires slipped. For 2 sickening seconds, the rig floated, weightless as if the entire machine were deciding whether or not to obey gravity. Then the treads bit back into the road. The jolt ran up my spine. I breathed out, slow and shaky, trying to steady myself. I wasn't alone long. A secondary trucker, someone from another company, came on the radio a little later, checking who else was crazy enough to be on the ridge. He said he'd just cleared the far side and warned me. The wind on the next set of switchbacks was bad enough to push him sideways. I thanked him. He chuckled in the way veteran drivers do when they're telling the truth, but don't want to sound worried. I thought about turning around, but the angle of the road made that impossible. The only direction left was forward. It happened halfway between mile markers that I couldn't even see. I remember feeling the road start to slide under me again, but this time the motion was wrong. Not just sideways, but backward. Like gravity had developed its own ideas about where I should go. I was climbing a steep grade, engine humming, but the truck acted as if something massive had hooked onto the rear bumper and was pulling me down the mountain. The RPM spiked, the cab shuddered, my chest tightened. The sensation lasted only a moment, but it was enough to make the hairs on my arms rise. Something was behind me. I don't mean a vehicle. There were no lights in my mirrors, no engine noise, no indication of another driver. Just the heaviness, the drag, and the vague impression of a shape in the snow-blurred dark. I leaned closer to the glass, searching for any hint of another set of headlights. Nothing, only the swirling white. The wind rattled the trailer. I told myself the feeling had been a trick of traction loss. I tried to believe it. Then the road vaulted into a long, sweeping bend, and for a moment the blizzard parted enough to reveal the straightaway ahead. Something stood directly in the center of the lane. It looked like a person, a dark outline, motionless, facing me. There was no reason anyone should be out there. No stranded motorists, no hikers. The route was closed to the public in winter. Even the snowplows avoided it during heavy weather. Yet the shape remained. My foot hit the brake and immediately regretted it. ABS chattered under my boot while the rig fishtailed slightly. I fought it back under control. When I lifted my eyes again, the figure was gone. Not moved. Not thrown aside by wind. Gone. I kept both hands locked on the wheel as the truck crawled through the spot where the apparition had been. My breath fogged the cab. I forced myself not to look at the empty space beside the trailer. I pushed forward. A few minutes later, the radio hissed again. This time, the voice didn't sound like the dispatcher or the other trucker. It was fragmented, almost metallic, as though someone were speaking through a layer of sand. A single line broke through the static, as though someone were speaking through a layer of sand. A single line broke through the static. Don't let it catch the cab. I froze. I waited for the rest of the transmission, but the frequency dissolved into white noise. I tried responding, asking who was on the line, asking what they meant, but all I heard was the rising howl of the storm. I forced myself to keep driving. It was the only thing I knew how to do. The road climbed toward the highest point of the ridge, where the wind cut so sharply it felt like knives tapping against the side of the truck. The tires squirmed. I could feel the load shifting with each gust. I couldn't tell if the presence from earlier still trailed me, or if my nerves were fraying into hallucinations. Every time I checked the mirrors, I expected to see something too close, something pressing into the back doors. When the attempt came, it was almost subtle, just a faint spreading of light behind me, soft and warm like taillights on a passenger car. I thought maybe another driver had caught up, but the glow didn't behave right. It didn't bob with the motion of the truck. It didn't flare when I slowed. It didn't dim when I accelerated. It held steady, closing the distance faster than physics allowed. The radio crackled again, not in words but in a warping tone that made my teeth ache. I eased off the throttle, heart hammering, and risked another glance into the mirror. The light surged forward, and in that moment I realized the shape of it wasn't right either. Too tall, too narrow, as though it were stretching itself into the outline of a vehicle rather than being one. Then it lunged. The impact I braced for never arrived. Instead, the presence veered suddenly, plunging past the side of my rig and drifting into the opposite lane. The glow flared white, expanding until it washed across the snow. For a heartbeat, it resembled a collision, an object slamming into something invisible, tearing apart in total silence. Then the light ruptured, scattering into a cloud of dim motes that faded before they reached the ground. I drove through the afterimage, blinded and shaking. Whatever had tried to hit me had pretended to die. or pretended to be destroyed. The thought crawled under my skin. I tightened my grip, telling myself that whatever it was gone now. But the unease stayed, spreading across my shoulders like cold hands. The storm pushed harder as I crossed the crest. I heard the groan of the frame as the truck leaned into a side wind. My jaw ached from clenching. I kept my eyes forward. I didn't speak, I didn't breathe unless I had to. At some point, I noticed a faint scraping on the side of the trailer, like something hard brushing against metal. I tried to rationalize it, maybe a branch blown by the storm, but the sound traveled, sliding along the length of the rig before fading behind me. I didn't stop. I didn't check. When I finally reached the downward slope, the snow eased enough to reveal the distant glow of a small maintenance station. I pulled into the turnout beside it, engine rattling with strain. The building was dark. No plows, no staff. The windows were frosted over, but the ground was relatively level, and I needed a moment to breathe. I stepped out of the cab, boots crunching into the packed snow. The cold hit like a slap, the air tasted metallic. I walked the length of the trailer, checking the tires, the doors, the fuel lines. Everything looked normal until I reached the driver's side near the midpoint of the container. There, carved into the thin layer of snow clinging to the metal, was a message. I couldn't tell if it had been scratched with a fingertip or something sharper, but the letters were unmistakable. Turn back. The snow around the words was disturbed in a long vertical smear, as if something had dragged itself close to the trailer before tracing the warning. I wiped my glove across the surface. The message vanished with the snow, leaving only the bare steel. I didn't linger. I returned to the cab, locked the door out of instinct, and checked the mirrors again. Nothing. No lights, no shadows. My breath clouded the glass. I pulled back onto the road. The descent was gentler than the climb, and the storm finally began to ease. I told myself the worst was over. I was wrong. Halfway down the final stretch, the CB flashed to life. The dispatcher's voice returned, but something in it sounded off, slower, as if he were speaking through a thick layer of water. He asked for a status update. I answered that I was past the ridge and on schedule. There was a pause. Then he asked if I was alone in the cab. The question didn't make sense. He'd never asked anything like that before. I didn't respond. The silence on the channel stretched uncomfortably. Then the voice repeated the question, tone exactly the same, as if replayed. I reached for the dial to kill the radio. Before I could, the voice added a final line, still in the dispatcher's cadence but with a faint distortion underneath. It's still with you. I turned the radio off. The cab felt too small. I gripped the wheel so hard my fingers numbed. I didn't look at the passenger seat. I didn't look in the mirrors. I focused on the last few miles until I reached the valley floor. When I pulled into the receiving dock, the storm had thinned to gentle flakes drifting through the yellow security lights. I parked, completed the drop, and kept my eyes forward the entire time. The warehouse workers didn't notice anything unusual. They didn't comment on the snow packed around the trailer's side. They didn't seem bothered by my silence. I didn't open the trailer after it was unloaded. I didn't want to know if something had been inside with the cargo. I signed the paperwork with a stiff hand and climbed back into the cab. The return drive was quiet, too quiet. The world outside felt muffled, as if the storm had taken some sound with it when it passed. I didn't turn on the radio again. I didn't stop at the usual rest area. I drove straight home and parked the truck at the yard, grateful for the familiar lights and pavement. When I stepped out, I did a final walk around out of habit. The snow had melted from the trailer's sides, but on the driver's door just above the handle was a faint set of streaks. Not letters this time. Not scratches. Just the suggestion of fingers. I closed the door. I didn't report anything. I figured no one would believe me. I still take assignments, though not as easily as before. And sometimes, on long hauls in the mountains, I catch a glimpse of something in the mirror. Something too steady in the drifting snow. Too quiet to be machinery. It never gets any closer, but it never falls away entirely. I tell myself it's only the storm playing tricks on me. I tell myself nothing followed me down the ridge that night. I tell myself the warning carved into the trailer was only wind or debris or some accident of weather. I tell myself these things because I have to. But the truth is simpler and heavier. The presence that tried to pull me backward still knows the shape of my route, the smell of my cab, the weight of my decisions. And on certain nights, when the air turns cold enough to sting, I feel the same faint drag on the back of the truck, just enough to remind me that whatever simulated its own destruction on that mountain wasn't finished with me at all. I was pushing through a cold, moonless stretch of desert highway when the first thread of mist slid across my headlights. I'd hauled freight for decades and seen my share of strange night weather, but this wasn't weather. It moved against the wind, rolling low and slow like it was feeling its way across the asphalt. By the time I crossed the next mile marker, the stuff had thickened into a wall that swallowed the road whole. The temperature inside the cab dropped fast enough to sting my teeth, and I eased off the throttle, trying to keep the rig steady as the world narrowed to a dim cone of light. The mist clung to the windshield, forming beads that froze before they could slide. My breath fogged the air, hanging there longer than it should have. When the heater failed to push out anything warmer than a tired sigh, I knew something outside wasn't just chilling the glass, it was settling into the truck itself. I leaned forward, knuckles tight on the wheel, watching the white void pulse with a faint shimmer that had no business being out in the desert night. Then the shape stepped into view. I didn't catch its face, just the outline, thin, still, and wrong in a way I felt more than saw. It stood in the dead center of the lane, like it had been waiting for me. I hit the brakes out of pure instinct. The rig shuddered, groaned, and then refused to move at all. The engine stayed running, but the wheels locked as if something heavy had settled over them. The mist pressed harder against the cab, thick enough that I felt it in my ears, a low pressure that crawled along my skin. I fumbled for the radio. Static. Even my phone screen dimmed to a dull gray glow, as if the battery had sunk in the cold. The temperature kept dropping until the seat fabric crackled under my weight. I tried rolling down the window for some kind of reference point, but the glass creaked, coated with a rim of frost thick enough to blur my reflection. The shape on the road drifted closer. Every instinct I had from years behind the wheel told me to gun it, force the tires to catch, do anything but sit there. I slammed the accelerator. The engine roared, but the truck didn't move an inch. The mist around the hood swirled, drawing inward like it was breathing me in. When the thing reached the front bumper, the sound changed. A sharp tap, almost like the flick of a fingernail against metal, echoed through the chassis. The whole cab vibrated. Something traced its way across the driver's side door. Slow, deliberate, and the metal flexed under the pressure. That was the moment the calm I'd been clinging to gave way. My breath caught, and for a second I felt the kind of shock that hits before pain in a bad accident. A cold clarity that told me this wasn't a hallucination, wasn't a mirage rising off hot ground. This was contact. The cab lights flickered. My vision narrowed. Then, just as suddenly, the pressure vanished. The mist thinned in a single sweep, pulled back as though someone had dragged a curtain off the highway. The wheels unlocked. Warm air finally crept from the vents, hesitant and thin. The road ahead lay empty except for the last fading streaks of cold drifting over the yellow lines. I didn't waste time. I eased the rig forward, scanning the mirrors for any sign of that shape. Nothing. Still, the cold clung to the door like a memory, and when I reached the next turnout, I pulled over under the glow of a sputtering street lamp. I had to see if the mark I'd felt was real. It was gut. A set of narrow frostbitten grooves ran along the metal in a perfect arc. Not the kind of scratch you get from a branch or flying gravel. These had depth, as though a hand had pressed into the surface and dragged slowly downward. I ran my fingers along them. They were warm by then, but the memory of that cold sank deeper than the touch. I didn't get back on the road right away. Instead, I rolled into the nearest town, a quiet cluster of buildings huddled against the dark. I parked outside a small cafe that kept late hours for drivers like me. The owner, a gray-haired man with the calm stare of someone who'd heard more confessions than he'd ever asked for, noticed the mark before I could explain anything. He studied it for a long moment, then told me in a low, measured voice about the stretch of highway locals avoided after sundown. He said travelers spoke of a figure walking the center line when the cold hit without warning. Those who stopped willingly or not claimed the mist thickened around them until they couldn't tell how far they were from the road's edge. Some described a touch on the car, a weight, a scrape that left marks too precise to be accidents. Most never came back to investigate. They simply drove on and found a new route. He didn't call it a ghost, though others in town did. He called it a presence that clung to lonely places, something stirred up by loss or anger, something that preferred the company of the solitary. He didn't offer an explanation beyond that, and I didn't need one. His tone carried enough history to fill the gaps. I stayed longer than I meant to, sipping bad coffee, feeling the warmth return to my hands. Time passed and the sky stayed dark, offering no sign that dawn was anywhere close. When I finally stepped back outside, the desert air felt ordinary again, cool but not hostile. Still, I chose a different highway for the rest of my haul, added hours, wasted fuel, didn't care. I've kept that habit ever since. Sometimes, late on empty roads, I catch myself glancing at the mirrors a little too often, listening for the soft tap of something brushing metal. The frost marks on the door faded after a few weeks, but the memory never did. Not the cold, not the weight, not the sense that something solitary and vengeful watched from the edge of the mist, waiting for anyone who wandered too close on a moonless night. And I've never driven that stretch again. I only took that forested cutoff because I couldn't afford to miss another delivery window. My dispatcher had already warned me about keeping a clean record, and the thought of another late arrival felt heavier than the freight in my trailer. The shortcut was a narrow two-lane that cut through pines clustered so tight the moonlight seemed squeezed into thin ribbons across the asphalt. Fog hung low and had that damp metallic smell that always reminds me of wet concrete. I remember tightening my grip on the wheel and telling myself it was just another empty stretch of road. Nothing more, nothing less. That was just after midnight when everything was still ordinary enough to explain away if someone asked. The first wrong thing didn't make a sound. My dashboard lights dropped out all at once, like someone pulled a master switch. The radio died mid-static. The gauges fell flat. The truck rolled another few yards in total silence before the engine coughed and gave up. I drifted to the shoulder as the headlights faded into nothing. I sat there with the key still in the ignition, turning it once, twice, over and over, but the starter didn't even click. I've driven long enough to know what a dying battery sounds like. This wasn't that. It felt more like the entire truck had been hollowed out in an instant. I thought about grabbing the flashlight in the door pocket, stepping outside, lifting the hood, doing the usual checks, but the fog pressed so thick against the windshield that I couldn't see the white line on the shoulder anymore. Before I made a move, something hit the side of the cab, a hard, flat impact like a sledgehammer swung by someone who didn't care whether they hit metal or bone. The whole truck rocked on its suspension. I froze with my hand halfway through the door latch. Another blow landed against the rear quarter panel, then another, higher up, as if whatever was striking the truck was testing it, looking for a weakness. I couldn't see a damn thing out there. No footsteps, no voices, no silhouettes, just the fog swallowing the glass and the cold vibrations still humming through the frame. I told myself it could have been a fallen branch, or maybe a deer stumbling blind in the dark, but the force of those hits carried intention. They were too precise to be accidents. I kept one hand on the wheel, even though the truck couldn't move. My breathing felt shallow, almost floaty. I tried the ignition again out of pure reflex, knowing it wouldn't work. Nothing. I pulled out my phone, but the screen refused to turn on. It was as dead as the dash. For a few seconds I just listened, waiting for another hit, afraid of hearing one, but more afraid of hearing nothing. Silence on that kind of road doesn't reassure you, it isolates you. It was like sitting in a sealed room, waiting for someone outside to decide what happens next. The next sound came from behind me on the road. At first I thought it was distant thunder rolling through the trees, but the rumble built too fast, too heavy. It grew into a roar with a deep mechanical growl under it, the kind big diesel engines make when they're pushed past safe RPMs. Headlights bloomed in the fog behind me, huge and too bright, widening like the front of a truck bearing down on me, far faster than any driver should have been going on that curve. I shoved my shoulder forward and stared into the side mirror, but the glare swallowed the glass. There was no outline, no cab shape, no trailer, just a mass of white light and a black body behind it, barreling straight for my stopped rig. I reached for the door handle without thinking, prepared to jump out and dive into the trees if I had to. But before I could move, the phantom truck veered, missing my rear bumper by inches. The air pressure rocked my cab so hard it rattled the overhead compartments. Instead of passing, the thing slowed and turned back toward me, its lights pulsing through the fog in strange, off-rhythm flickers. The engine noise wasn't consistent either. It surged, then dropped, then surged again, like it couldn't decide whether it was idling or sprinting. I'd seen trucks fail in all kinds of dramatic ways, but nothing like that. Nothing that sounded so close to a threat. The roar cut off as if someone had snapped it away. A heavy quiet settled over the road. I could see faint movement in the fog ahead, shapes pacing near the tree line, on both sides, long and thin like shadows cast by things that should have been too far away to appear that clear. When I leaned forward, the shapes sharpened into forms, figures, a line of them standing just past the ditch, spaced evenly as fence posts. Their eyes, if that's what the pale points were, glowed with a soft hazy white that didn't look like reflection. They didn't move toward me at first. They just waited. Then the voices started. Not words I could understand. More like overlapping tones, low and drawn out, almost inviting. They rose and fell in faint waves, echoing against the inside of the cab. Even though the windows were shut, the sound wasn't coming from one direction. It seemed to slip under the truck, through the vents, through the frame, seeping into the cab like cold air. Every part of me tightened at once. I've never felt so aware of my own heartbeat. The figures at the tree line edged forward as the tones grew louder, spreading out as if they meant to surround me. The fog parted around them in slow, deliberate folds. Something brushed the back of the trail light almost a tap, and that tiny contact pushed me past whatever fragile patience had kept me frozen. I slammed the key forward one more time, even though it had failed me again and again. This time the engine roared back to life, so suddenly it felt like being hit in the chest. All the dash lights came on at once. The headlights burned through the fog. There was no mechanical explanation for it. Nothing changes that fast. Nothing. I shoved the truck into gear and floored it. Gravel spit out from under the tires as I pulled back onto the pavement. The figures moved faster then, closing their distance in smooth glides rather than steps. Their eyes flared brighter as I accelerated. I didn't dare look at them straight on. I kept my gaze locked on the road, letting only the edges of my vision register their approach. The chorus of tones rose into something sharper, pressured, like they were pushing me to stop, turn, step out, something I didn't want to understand. The phantom truck's lights ignited behind me again, blotting out the rearview mirror with pure white. I didn't care. I drove like the road was the only thing keeping me alive. Bratti scraped the sides of my cab as the forest pressed close around the bend. The fog thinned just enough for the road to reappear under my headlights. I kept the accelerator down until the forest fell away behind me, and the highway opened into a wider stretch I recognized from earlier in the night. Only when I saw the first reflective sign ahead did I realize I'd been shaking the entire time. The phantom lights were gone. The figures were gone. The tones left the air as abruptly as they'd filled it. Just me, the road, the moon, and the long straight line back toward town. I didn't pull over until I reached an all-night fuel stop, miles beyond the cutoff. I stayed there until sunrise, sitting in the cab with the engine idling, refusing to turn it off. I didn't call anyone. I didn't file a report. I didn't mention it at the depot. The only record I kept was a small handwritten note tucked into my logbook, marked with an archive tag I once used for odd incidents on the road. I haven't driven that shortcut again. I don't even look at it when I pass the turnoff late at night. I know what waits in that stretch of trees, and I know it hasn't forgotten me. I remember the way the gravel shifted under my shoes as I cut across the industrial strip, pockets of cold air drifting between corrugated metal warehouses. It was late enough that the distant hum of the highway felt detached, like something happening on the other side of a wall. I'd made that walk home more times than I could count, but that night the lights along the service road flickered in long, irregular pulses, giving the sense that the whole place was breathing in slow, uneven draws. I kept my head down, trying to ignore how empty the lots felt around me, when the low rumble of a diesel engine rolled in behind my steps. It approached deliberately too slowly for someone just passing through. The truck's headlights dragged over the asphalt, grazing my shadow before sliding ahead of me, then easing to a stop at the intersection. I felt the driver watching me through the open passenger window, his face blurred by the glow inside the cab. He called out something about needing help, something about directions or checking a loose chain on the trailer. His tone was casual at first, almost lazy, but the way he leaned out felt wrong, like he was waiting for me to step closer so he could fill in whatever detail his story lacked. I shook my head without slowing, pretending I hadn't fully heard him, and the engine groaned in reply as he began creeping forward again. I crossed behind a row of shuttered repair shops, hoping he'd lose interest if I broke line of sight. The cold had settled deeper by then, numbing my ears, making my breath feel brittle. I kept glancing back, telling myself I was being dramatic, that he probably just needed help for real. But each time I risked a look, the truck reappeared at the end of the block, rolling at that same unnatural pace. It was the way he matched my speed that pushed the fear into something sharper, like he was trying to read my rhythm, learn the pattern of my steps. The street bent toward the rail spur, where the lights were even weaker. I felt exposed in that stretch. No houses, no cameras, just chain-link fences and the rusted skeletons of old loading docks. When I heard the truck turn onto the service lane behind me, I ducked into the side entrance of a convenience store that stayed open all night. The clerk barely glanced up as I moved between the shelves, pretending to browse while I watched the parking lot through the front window. The truck coasted in, idled near the dumpsters, then eased out again as if sniffing for me. I waited until his taillights vanished around the corner before stepping back outside. The air felt even colder, or maybe it was just nerves gripping the back of my neck. I tried to convince myself he'd given up, but as soon as I reached the next intersection, I saw the same truck sitting dark at the far end of the road. No headlights, no movement, just a shape waiting. I cut through an alley to avoid him, pushing myself into a fast walk, almost a run, weaving past pallets and broken crates. The alley spat me out onto a strip of warehouses near the tracks, and that's when the truck reappeared from a side lot. He must have looped around while I was hiding. The cab's interior light flickered as he leaned forward, and I realized he hadn't been searching at random. He'd been tracking the gaps, predicting where I'd come out. I bolted across the open pavement, heading for a narrow footpath that paralleled the tracks. His brakes screeched as he swung the truck sideways, cutting me off. I didn't think, I just turned and sprinted in the opposite direction. My lungs felt tight, but adrenaline smoothed the panic into something usable. I followed the tracks until a break in the fence let me drop down an embankment toward a side road. As I hit the pavement, a pair of headlights rounded the bend behind me. Different shape, lower stance, a sedan. I braced for the worst, but instead of slowing in that calculated way, the driver stopped abruptly and threw the passenger door open. I recognized the voice before the face, my friend's partner calling my name, telling me to get in, asking why I looked like I'd been running for my life. I climbed into the car, shaking so hard I couldn't pull the door shut on the first try. He reached across, closed it, and locked the doors without waiting for an explanation. We pulled away just as the truck's headlights swept across the end of the road. The driver didn't slow. He barreled past the intersection, probably expecting me to be farther ahead, maybe thinking he'd miscalculated. I slumped into the seat, trying to catch my breath, trying to calm the trembling in my hands. The sedan's heater filled the cabin with warm air, but it barely touched the chill that had sunk into me. My friend's partner kept glancing at me, asking careful questions. Was I hurt? Did I know the guy? Did he try to grab me? I answered in pieces, watching the rear window for any sign of the truck looping back around. When we finally reached my friend's place, I could still hear the diesel engine in my head, pacing alongside my steps, waiting for me to look the wrong way. The house lights felt too bright after the industrial gloom, almost intrusive. I stood in the entryway trying to explain what happened, but the words felt thin compared to the tight, instinctive fear that had driven me through the dark. My friend tried to ground me, offering tea, letting me sit near the kitchen light so I could watch the driveway. Every time a car passed outside, I felt a jolt of the same fear, as if the truck had found another path to circle back. Sleep didn't come easily after that. Even now, when I pass through similar areas, wide lots, broken lighting, long shadows that pull instead of stretching, I feel the same tightening across my chest. A reminder that some dangers don't announce themselves with a shout or a sudden movement. They come slowly, deliberately, pretending to need your help, pretending to be lost, pretending to be harmless until you step close enough for the lie to close around you like a net. I still remember the crunch of gravel under that truck's tires, the brief flicker of the cab light, the shape of the driver leaning forward as if he knew I'd eventually make a mistake. I think about the timing, how easily I could have taken another turn, how the sedan's headlights might have come 30 seconds too late. I think about the cold and the darkness, and the truck's patient crawl through those empty streets, as if the whole night had been arranged around funneling me into his line of sight. I was already tired when I merged onto the multi-lane freeway that afternoon. The kind of tired that makes the sky feel too bright and every sound too sharp. I had been driving since late morning, trying to reach the service plaza before sunset so I could regroup, grab food, and finish the last stretch toward campus. Traffic flowed in fast, dense currents. Even with the windows cracked, the air felt warm and heavy, buzzing around me as trucks and sedans thundered past. I first noticed him in my rearview mirror, as a shape more than a vehicle. A tall grille, squared edges, the unmistakable frame of a commercial truck, hovering just a little too close. I eased into the center lane to let him by. Instead of passing, he came with me, holding position as if tethered to my bumper by an invisible line. At first I thought he simply wanted to merge left. When I slid right, he drifted right. When I nudged my speed higher, he matched me. When I slowed, he slowed. It didn't make sense. Not with the amount of space and speed around us. I tried to shake it off, telling myself he was distracted or tired like me. But then he began signaling, not with lights, with his hands. Through the high windshield of his cab, I could see him leaning forward, lifting one hand in slow, deliberate motions. Not waving, not gesturing for me to move over, just communicating, beckoning, repeating the same pattern over and over, as if trying to get my attention in a way that felt strangely private across all that open air. Every time I glanced back, he would be staring directly at me, holding the gesture until my eyes met his. At first it felt annoying, then unsettling, then wrong in a way that crawled under my skin. I tested distance. A short burst of speed, a feeder lane, a lane change threaded between two fast sedans. For a moment I lost sight of him in the tangle of traffic. Relief washed through me so quickly I almost laughed. But when I checked again, there he was, several lanes over, perfectly parallel to me, holding my speed like a shadow stretched across the freeway. No signals, no horn, no expression I could read, just that same persistent visual pressure. Something in me shifted then, a quiet snap from tolerance to fear. I called emergency services. My voice kept flattening and rising without my permission, so I tried to stick to the facts. A truck had been matching my speed across lanes. He was signaling. He wasn't passing. He wasn't dropping back. I felt unsafe. I was still moving. I didn't know what he wanted. The dispatcher's tone stiffened as soon as I mentioned he had been trailing me for several minutes. She told me to stay on the line, keep my eyes on the road, and head toward the next public service plaza where officers could meet me. I focused on my breathing, not counting, just steadying, and kept moving forward, scanning mirrors, checking blind spots, watching the white dashes pulse beneath my wheels. The truck didn't fall back. If anything, he grew bolder. At one point, he veered closer to my lane, without crossing fully, the front of his cab angling toward me as if he were trying to peer straight into my window. Each time I looked, he lifted that same slow, deliberate gesture. No urgency, no anger, just insistence. Traffic thickened near the exit. I used it to my advantage, slipping between two clusters of cars and pushing ahead enough to break his line of sight. For nearly a minute, I couldn't see him at all. The dispatcher kept her voice calm, repeating where the officers would stage, confirming the plaza layout. For that single minute, I felt like I might actually outrun the situation. But when I coasted up the long ramp toward the elevated service area, the truck reappeared 2 lanes over, rising with me in perfect sync. I pulled into the plaza's upper lot where the asphalt curved around the food court and restrooms. There were families, travelers, small groups moving between the building and the parking rows. Seeing them steadied me, a reminder that whatever this was, it couldn't escalate the same way in public daylight. I parked near the outer row where the patrol car was supposed to meet me. The dispatcher told me officers were minutes away. I kept my ignition on, doors locked, hands gripping the wheel. The truck rolled in. He didn't pull beside me. Instead, he chose a spot several rows away, angled so he could face my car without looking obvious. The engine cut, the cab door opened. The driver climbed out slowly, scanning the lot with a kind of casual interest that didn't match the way my pulse hammered. He pretended to stretch to check his mirrors, to look at the plaza map, but every few seconds his eyes flicked toward my car. The way he watched didn't feel like curiosity. It felt like calculation. I wanted to shrink down in my seat or peel away entirely, but the dispatcher urged me to stay put and keep the line open. I focused on the ordinary sounds of the plaza car doors. Footsteps, wind sliding across the roof of my car. For a moment, the trucker vanished from my peripheral vision. Then he returned, walking a slow arc that brought him behind my car, then around the passenger side, as if he were circling with the intention of reading every angle of me through the glass. People walked nearby, oblivious to the shape he was carving around me. Each time he passed close, he angled his head just enough to glimpse inside, always moving, never speaking, his expression unreadable. I kept expecting him to stop, or approach, or say something, but he didn't. He kept orbiting until the rising wail of a siren cut through the noise. A patrol SUV climbed the ramp and rolled into the lot with measured speed. The trucker froze mid-step. For a heartbeat, nothing moved between us but the wind, rippling across the rows of vehicles. Then he angled away, retreating toward his truck with a pace that was too fast to be casual and too slow to be a run. The officer stepped out, scanning, one hand resting lightly on a holster. I raised both hands where they could see them, and the dispatcher ended the call. The SUV's light strobed against the plaza windows. By the time an officer reached my door, the truck's engine roared back to life, and the commercial vehicle pulled out of its space. He didn't look at me as he passed. He didn't signal. He just descended the ramp and folded back into traffic until he was swallowed by distance. I gave my statement. The officers stayed until my hand stopped shaking, and the plaza felt like a place again, not a trap. One of them reminded me that calling early had been the right choice. Another kept an eye on the ramp, as if expecting the truck to return. He never did. When I finally drove away, the sky had shifted into a softer light, the afternoon thinning at the edges. The freeway felt open again. Cars were just cars. Distance was just distance. But every so often, as I checked my mirrors, I could still feel the echo of that steady parallel motion, the silent pressure of a stranger's attention, tracking me across all that open pavement,